right now is the characters of the Warriors of Light, because the book is basically a Final Fantasy based book, and it's gonna have like all the Final Fantasy tropes and everything. So like the main heroes are the Warriors of Light, giving the reader the opportunity to fill in the gaps for themselves and create a basis for the character around their own identity. So to me, like on a flat level, this is the AI fucking up. The AI doesn't know what the fuck it's talking about when it made this sentence. That's a problem with the AI. But as an inference for a reader trying to get intent out of something that doesn't make sense, my mind goes to the area of maybe what they were talking about in the beginning of the story about his time spent away was reference to him being in this dimension. There are no rules for writing. Because once you create rules for writing, you lose out on all the dark, fucked up, twisted shit that people do, and because it's writing, you can just read it anyways, because it's just fiction. Blender, and the sound, space the light, to starboard, asleep, on cross in light, the earth in its sky, heaven in its earth, night jungle, and day river through the universe. You can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
And the link did not work.
Yo, boys, we back at it. Welcome. How's it going? So, we found this new program. We've been struggling with making our own maps, so I thought this one was pretty funny. You can go talent, and then it'll tell you, well, damn man, 165% writing talent. That's insane. I remember making 3D puzzles of ancient cities and shit like that when I was a kid. Alright, now we have at least a concept. Location, intro. So we take this, write a 2,000 word story about. Yeah, the whole point of this exercise... Wait, why did it give me 2? Damn! Alright. He fucking slit his wrists. Alright. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Specialties for Valentine's Day. So welcome everyone. And if you know your classic rock history, you would know the story behind this song. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yo, 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 we back, boys. Interesting.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
Speed 00
underscore is now following.
Amongst amateur avians, aspects against assertion attempt alteration after aorta arbitrarily anchored against angst as Aspen avenge awful astards. Exceptional aspects accede aware are altered abstract illusions ascend afar. Bouncing blight beckons believers beneath bastions both. Becoming bound, but behold bounty bursts, beloved blessings. Best biddings burden before bastard billowing bundles bent between bubbling bones. Bespoke be blessed, benefactor being bled by beheaded brutes. Child charming chase, chill compound, cast curious conversation, creating camper can cadence, casually crushing creep. Yo, 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 we back, boys. So today, we're gonna do a little bit of, explanation on delivery, because it's going to be important for the story that we're writing today. Because I want to kind of be more direct. And we're also going to be taking a look at battle scenes, and we're going to try to turn whatever we learn from that into, like, molding an emotional battle. And then we're going to write about a fashion show with a twist, as always. And if you can pick out the twist, hands to you, bro. Anyways, we're taking a toke, and we will get right into this. I'll kind of describe as we go through as we're learning things about how they'll relate to the story, set up the story, and delivery, without being as backwards as I always am when I'm writing. Alright, let's get into it.
Seems like a peaceful fantasy world. I sure hope there aren't any Dark Lords. Oh, but there is. Nobody remembers ancient history, but in the year 205 of the beginning era, the armies of Shadow fought the armies of Light, and the hero Alexandra slew the mighty Dark Lord Kandrakar with a blue arrow to the knee. He could lead the onslaught and adventure no more and was defeated. But he is returning. Wow, it sure was handy that I had this stock mentor character on hand that knew this highly specific piece of background information that I didn't ask for. Oh, I just sort of thought it was important. Why? Plot-related reasons? I just thought it might come up again. Delivering exposition is kind of like actually expressing that you love your sibling at their wedding. It's difficult but necessary. Welcome to part 1 on exposition, because apparently I couldn't figure out a way to deliver important information concisely and interestingly enough. So, what is exposition? Well, exposition is the contextual information required to understand the story. This can be the backstory of...
So, like, for instance, for my story, that would be, you have to know the Beastman Wars. One big piece of exposition for the entire second chapter is talking about the Beastman Wars. So it's like, I want to do this all in dialogue, but that's the expression for it. But for the story that we're doing today, it's more of learning how to be more direct with what I'm saying. And just like telling instead of showing. Just in that minuscule, very niche spot where it's valuable.
Your characters, how your magic system works, how your villain rose to power, how the major pieces of technology in your sci-fi world work, how your state is ruled by super intelligent lemmings, where your characters are, how your city-state has an economy of pumpkins, or almost anything else. For example, in The Matrix, Neo and Morpheus sit down and we get this scene.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch.
Now, you will often hear that exposition.
And that's kind of like how the tree is to adventurers, or people that want to be adventurers. It's like, sure, we have this almost perfect utopia inside of the tree, but it's like, what's the value of life? And that brings it back to the two core concepts for the structure of the book, which are the duality of good and evil, where the bad celestial being Anima wants to eat the planet, but he wants everyone on the planet to live like basically perfect, beautiful, non-conflict lives and just like spend their entire lives evolving and procreating to create more of themselves. So when he comes to eat the planet, there's more of them. Whereas Gaia, the main good character, the planet itself, wants people to have strife and hatred and terror and challenge, because it teaches people and shows people the value of their own existence. And you're not just stuck in this stagnant wasteland, essentially. And that's kind of like, I want to show this stark difference between the people that are comfortable sitting inside of the tree and the people that basically have an urge to leave, which are adventurers or people on the path to become adventurers.
Is bad writing, but to be clear, that is not true. Exposition
Levi,
is
how's it
important and useful
going?
information that helps the reader understand the story and the world it is built.
I can't spell
Exposition
either, don't
problem is that
worry.
Exposition is difficult to make logical, interesting, memorable, and believable in the context of the story. So what
Yeah, like that's kind of one thing about the nice about being in first person and Husai being the leader of the Adventurers Guild. Like, I put a lot of thought into this as far as exposition goes and the amount of knowledge that Husai has. And the problem is, what part of that knowledge is relevant to the scene at hand? And that's kind of one of the main things I want to get out of this, is the when to do what. Because I have all of the whats, I just don't know when to put it in. It's like, is putting this information at this point in time feel almost useless because you haven't gotten to a point where it's going to be used. Like, I feel like in the structure of goal, conflict, disaster, reaction is like that core concept of, oh, this thing happened. Cute Muffin, welcome, welcome. How's it going?
Fuck you, Muffin. Fuck you, Levi. Fuck you, Valium boy, I know we're LR King. Lurking, I am a retard.
Oh. I'm an idiot. So I made a new emote!
Tard.
Oh my god. I just forgot that I put the EM before it. I'm a fucking retard half the time. Anyways, and then relevancy for the story today is the slow exposure of what the story actually is and revealing. Like, I felt like I didn't exactly do a great job of that in the cannibalism one, but we'll see how this one goes.
With this in mind, we can split developing exposition into 3 questions. How to communicate exposition, what information to communicate, and when to communicate it. We'll be going through
The when is very important to me.
perspective character, narrative payoff, characterization, conflict, and environmental storytelling. Firstly, the perspective character. One of the big parts of the exposition problem is that half the time the information that you're giving is something that the reader doesn't know, but all of the characters already do, or should at least. In The Mortal Instruments by Cassandra Clare, there is a scene with some demon hunters, a demon, and the main character Clary, all in a room. Except Clary is hiding, so no one else knows that she's there, yet we still get this line. Demons, said Jace, religiously defined as Hell's denizens, the servants of Satan, but understood here, for the purposes of the clave, to be any malevolent spirit whose origins is outside our own home dimension. This exchange leaves the reader with an awkward feeling, because none of the characters would say this because all of them already knew it. This textbook definition exposition only serves to inform the reader and nobody else. The Mortal Instruments by Cassandra Clare,
Hold on, I missed
there is a
that.
scene with some demon hunters, a demon, and the main character Clary, all in a room. Except Clary is hiding, so no one else knows that she's there, yet we still get this line. Demons, said Jace, religiously defined as Hell's denizens, the servants of Satan, but understood here, for the purposes of the clave, to be any malevolent spirit whose origins is outside our own home dimension. This exchange leaves the reader with an awkward feeling.
Damn, holy shit, I missed it again, but it doesn't matter. That was insane. 39? Jesus, bro, that's insane. Congratulations. That's under top fucking 50 of the world. That's insane.
Except Clary is hiding, so no one else knows that she's there, yet we still get this line. Demons, said Jace, religiously defined as Hell's denizens, the servants of Satan, but understood here, for the purposes of the clave, to be any malevolent spirit whose origins is outside our own home dimension. This exchange leaves the reader with an awkward feeling, because none of the characters would say this because all of them already knew it. This textbook definition exposition only serves to inform.
Last night I went from top 150 to 8 to 94. Damn.
The reader and nobody else. The book even acknowledges how clumsy this was in the very next line, saying, yeah, nobody needs a lesson in semantics, mate. And one of the most common ways to solve this problem of exposition is using an unknowledgeable perspective character. This is a character who knows nothing of the magic, the technology, or the world you've built. And so, just like the reader needs everything explained to them. Think Eragon, Alan Page in Inception, Pug and the Magician, Harry Potter, Luke Skywalker, Frodo Baggins, or virtually any other fantasy sci-fi world that we loved pretending we were in when we were 12 years old. The unknowledgeable perspective character gives a logical reason for one character to communicate this exposition to the main character.
Enter button is right next to backspace. And you got 39 today? Damn.
And it's an easy way to inform the reader, because they would likely ask the same questions that the reader would. However, this doesn't solve the exposition.
And that's kind of like that character would be the Viceroy. Because the Viceroy doesn't know anything about the outside world. He only knows about the tree. He's never left the tree before. So he would be that character. And this is what I love finding out, is like the things that I've done right. And it's like, oh yeah, no, I totally have a character that's like that, and it may not necessarily be the reason why he's there, but that character is extremely important, so this is something I can just throw at that character because it's naturally in the position. It's like having a chessboard set up, but you don't know how to play chess. Like, that's literally how I'm, like, formulating this. So, like, all of this research and all of this training and practice is literally me learning how to play chess. Except it's just writing scenes and structuring and laying out and figuring out vocabulary. But I love it when I'm like, okay, yeah, I already have that. Okay, when do I do this? That's next.
Problem. It's one thing to introduce it logically, but that doesn't make it interesting or memorable. In fact, it's probably one of the easiest ways to have your writing appear lazy if you're not careful. But let's talk about a really good example of the unknowledgeable perspective character. Oh, and for those who have followed the channel for a while, it is time for the obligatory Avatar reference. A major piece of exposition for the series is that 100 years ago, the Fire Nation committed genocide. they wiped out an entire people group known as the Air Nomads. For the purposes of delivering this exposition, Aang, the last remaining Air Nomad, is the unknowledgeable perspective character. This is a logical exposition delivery. He doesn't know that it happened, so Katara has to explain it to him, and the reader. But the writers frame it in a really interesting way.
Yeah.
Throughout the episode The Southern Air Temple, Katara suggests multiple times that Aang might need to think about the idea that his people may be gone.
The Fire Nation is ruthless. They killed my mother. They could have done the same to your people.
Just because no one has seen an airbender doesn't mean the Fire Nation killed them all.
But he refuses to believe it. He insists that they're out there until he finds the skeleton of his old friend, Gyatso. In seeing this, he is consumed with grief and rage, and nearly kills his friends by accident. This exposition delivery isn't just logical, but memorable and interesting.
Japanese subs are way better.
Trauma, not the exposition itself. There are consequences to that exposition being delivered. In fact, Katara and Sokka disagree on whether they should tell him. There are emotional dimensions to this. Aang refuses to believe it. If that information were delivered to any other character.
See, and that's kind of one of the things with Husai, too, is like, word gets back to him when he gets to Ifrit after the fall of Garuda, and people are trying to tell him, don't go back to the tree. But he won't listen, because he just doesn't... He's not in the mindset at that moment to realize the consequences could actually be that dire. He's like, yeah, sure, a couple of people freaking don't want us in the tree. That's fine. Whatever. Whereas it's like, no, they fucking killed Zayd, dude. And everyone kind of knows this. They're like, holy shit. But Husai just won't listen to them. And then when he gets there, that's the breaking point of his character. And this is like like circular kind of thing where it's like, Zayd dies because Husai hasn't put enough faith in him being an adventurer. But Zayd's knowledge of the world and of adventurers and his notes and everything are the thing that lead Husai to the Warriors of Light. Holy shit, 144%? Jesus Christ, Muffin, that's insane. So he will... essentially, nice, 124%. Absolute masterpiece romance story. There you go, a romance. That sounds fun. One of the main parts of passable mystery story. Ooh, why? Because, I don't know, there's like 8 categories. There's like fantasy, historical, romance, sci-fi, mystery, horror, thriller, and drama. But yeah. And Husai basically, like, crashes down and he's like, he just wants to make Zayd's sacrifice mean something. It's SR, Mon. The S is at the beginning, because it's spawn, random, monster. But he... Upon... Holy shit, 6,265 HP. That's insane. This is why you need to go onto Kick, Muffin. So you can do the actual lurker emotes when you're spamming. Only 150 more to go, good sir. But his character gets to a point where he can't continue on. And he's obsessed with finding meaning in Zayd's death. And he can't rationalize how far people in the tree would go. Especially since he's been in the tree with Zayd for the last 50 years. He's known Zayd since he was a kid. Like, Zayd interacts with the people and stuff like that. It's like, how fanatical have things gotten? How radicalized have the people gotten after just this like month and a half that Husai has been gone on his adventure. And that gives Gluttony, Varius, and Viceroy the Gluttony comes up with the a play to immortalize Zaid with his, like, basically his battle. Toe Consior, welcome. How's it going? You got it. Did you do exclamation point HP? That sets your HP. And then you can do exclamation point lurk to lurk, and that, or to burrow, and that means you can't be attacked. But you can't attack while you're burrowed. So you have to do roach out or exclamation point RO to unburrow, and then you can attack again. So you gotta kind of like burrow, unburrow, attack, burrow, unburrow, attack, you know, and kind of like time it out. There's a whole meta to it. But wait till I get emotes, guys. Once I get emotes, then all this spam will go away because it'll just be the text with emotes. It's just half of the text is trying to place the emote. Because if you do it on Kick... He is here. He's a fucking bastard. It does the spines emote, and then the emotes pop up on the screen. So it's supposed to pop up emotes on the screen, but it doesn't because I don't have emotes on Twitch. Really unfortunate. That's just how it goes. But Husai eventually, after his obsession over Zaid, and then Varius and Gluttony and the Viceroy making this play to immortalize, like, they basically go around and interview people while they're inside the tree. So it's like this, like, 2-hour period where Husai is just kind of broken down. Need average views of 3. Yes, we need an average views of 3 over the last 30 days, which we are currently at 2.6. So if we can average 3 for 3 or 4 more days, I think we can get affiliate. Because there's like a 1.2, a 1.6, a 1.8, and a 0 at the beginning of the analytics. And then it goes straight up to 5.1. Like, look at this shit. It's like we are so fucking close, boys. We get rid of this, and this, and we are fucking set. We have been popping the fuck off, guys. Yeah, having 3 loyal viewers helps. Exactly. It's amazing. Like, that's why I said you guys are the pillar of this community. You're the pillars of the stream. You make the engagement and the greatness of it. I'm just here blabbing about my book and myself and my writing and stuff just so I can, you know, get it out of my head in a way, right? But anyways, this kind of exposition and idealizing towards explaining and having a character that doesn't know the information, and a character who refuses to take the information seriously, including Ox himself. Everyone but Toe are mods. Hell yeah, man. Valium Boy is in here somewhere, doing his thing. He's probably asleep. It's like 7 a.m. for him.
The story would have played out very differently. Using an unknowledgeable perspective character who is personally affected by learning this exposition helps the reader care about this information, exploring the emotional...
And that's kind of the thing about the Viceroy as well, is this kind of exposition is going to seem very weird for the Viceroy for certain reasons, because, spoiler alert, he has a double personality and he's actually a bad guy. And I don't know what action. It's gonna be like rolling his shoulder, putting his hand on his ear, like scratching his head. Like I want to do like maybe the I mean, he doesn't really have hair because he's an octopus, but like, so I have a mod tag and an artist tag. What other ones are there? Can I have one more? There's editor, but I don't know if that shows as a tag. Let me check because I'm pretty sure you are an editor. Yeah, it's not a tag. You're all editors, and that's literally everything I can do. You're moderators, artists, and editors, but it doesn't show up as a thing. It only says said I was a mod. Editor just means that you've been given the permission to change my title and category. So you can, like, update the stream stuff. That's all editor does. I don't even know why it's a separate category for mod. I guess it's like a tier mod, so it's like if you're a mod and an editor, you're like an administrator. I don't know why they don't just have administrator, because that kind of makes more sense that a mod deals with chat and an administrator deals with the actual stream side. Like, I can't even do that stuff on phone. You can do it through chat commands, I just don't know what the chat commands are. You can change the title and the category via chat commands. But having Varius learn information and his reaction to it is like a build-up for his reaction to other things and other information that he has towards things. It's like, how do you have, like, I mean, everyone thinks about it in the context of, okay, he was a politician. He's taking his knowledge as a politician? Notice me, senpai. Ooh. I notice you, toe connoisseur. I see you. You should, you should, do exclamation point EM. Oh, I guess you're on Twitch. It doesn't matter. Hold on. Let me rethink this for a second. Do exclamation point T. Exclamation point T. Exposition 2 always feels a little corny. Yeah, that's all in the delivery, right? It's like, I'm a huge lore enthusiast, so I love exposition. That's why I have trouble writing it, because it's just a lore dump. I like it, but it's not a generic thing for people, right? Like when they make someone a victim of SA just so you care about them. See, I never do something like that. Like, that brings up a great point, because I was going to do that with Zaid. This is how well structured my story is, but how unstructured I am. So, I wanted to kill Zaid.
No, you are a toe. Unless he has a foot fetish, he probably won't notice you.
I mean, I can make a new emote for my feet if you want, and then we can have could have feet. You never know. Foot cam. Hell yeah, bro. We're going to the moon. We put it right here. The bottom left underneath here, like where that empty space is, we put a foot cam there. Damn, that line went kind of hard. Muffin is an amazing writer. But yeah, Toe, you should do exclamation point T and see what your writing talent is. But anyways, I was going to kill Zaid to give an emotional connection to Husai, because Zaid was just kind of this side character. And then it became, no, Zaid is a central, pivotal point, and his death is the turning point. Because it breaks Husai, but it also gives him, like, the opportunity to search through all of Zaid's notes and, like, actually see Zaid and look at Zaid and recognize what he's been doing over, like, the last 15 years of building this massive catalog of, like, connections, graphs, and, like, notes about different adventurers. and categorizing basically that the top 50 adventurers, or what people believe are the top 50 adventurers, are actually the same 4 adventurers. They're just so much more powerful, so much better than any other adventurer, that they've basically been using fake IDs to pretend to be other people so that they don't get noticed. And Zaid was the only one who noticed them. And then he dies before Husai even recognizes Zaid's value. What do you think of the quote, "Don't be attached to a mistake because you spent so long making it"? Loyalty. Isn't it 3 emotes per milestone? We need to be wise on which ones we choose. Spines is the first. So far, other than a vote, it'll be Spines, Roach Out, and Lurk. That's my plan for Twitch. Because those are the ones that chat can interact with the most. The other ones are just like funny ones or like my sexual ones, because we love doing makeup streams once in a while and trolling. So that's like the troll emotes. And then you have like, I guess we could also do backflip. Like backflip is a good one too. So maybe we could replace like Roach Out with backflip. But we definitely need Spines, and I think we definitely need Lurk. So Roach Out and backflip are like on the fence for a chat vote of what you want. And then at that point, we won't have to worry about it. But, so having Zaid die from the beginning was just this is an emotional moment. And then through the development and thought process of how the story is, he becomes an extremely pivotal character to the storyline that doesn't get recognition until after his death. And I fucking love that idea. And the fact that the story just rolls perfectly into it makes me be like, I am crafting something beautiful. I just need to get behind the wheel and actually figure out what I'm doing, other than just establishing creativity and ideas.
Consequences of them learning this means that the character doesn't feel just like a blank slate stand-in for the reader, and it means that the delivery isn't just logical but memorable and interesting, because who it is delivered to actually affects the story. One of the common lazier forms of the unknowledgeable perspective character is amnesia, where the main character conveniently forgets every relevant piece of information. It happens in Heroes of Olympus.
I mean, that it kind of is how the Viceroy is, but that's his split personality reaction thing, where it's like his good side doesn't remember his bad side, and his bad side doesn't remember his good side, and through the innate like understanding, and this will kind of be explained through Husai, this innate understanding, because he's always questioning himself, like one of the scenes before they go to the inauguration at the beginning of chapter 2, or maybe even at the end of chapter 1, is I want him to stand in front of a mirror and like analyze himself and really think over things for himself. I'm gonna take a break from Twitch, be back in a bit. Alright, sounds good, Muffin, have a great night. And from that point, he's going to like almost what do you call it, like break away from the events that happened in the calm sphere. So it's like he's like going through those in his head while he's watching it, and as soon as it ends, he starts questioning himself, like, okay, there's something fucked up, because he saw himself in the thing, and he's like, do I have any memory gaps? I don't remember. This was the day I became the guild leader. So there's like 5 points of information that are like just him doing self-reflection based upon the finding of this video and the discoveries inside of it, and thinking back to that day, and that kind of establishes a timeline that we're going to be using for like the second chapter in the inauguration, when it's kind of switches from an information to a political structure development, because it's basically going to be a bunch of speeches, and this is all going to be done through dialogue. And one of the scenes that like inspired me for it is I can't find it, but it's from Metaphor, and it's the prince talking. Where's the actual cutscene for it? Louis' speech. And it's like this dark. Why is there no actual video for the entire? Okay, I guess this is it. It's just like
Got it?
It's at the beginning. I've never seen it before the cutscene. Like, what the hell?
Flowers straight from the king's garden.
Yeah, like kind of something like this. Like people are arguing in the background.
No shame. That's tantamount to declaring himself royalty.
See, and instead of something like that, it's like he's talking about beastmen and how they should be basically considered a normal class. And because of the class war between, or like race war essentially, between the octopi being the highest class species and then the avians and the insectoids being underneath them, it's like all of a sudden the new viceroy is talking about making beastmen equal with avians and insectoids. And it's like then insectoids and avians won't have anyone to kind of look down on. And this brings up the beastman war and like infiltration conspiracies about the beastmen, and then the viceroy reveals that one of their highest council members is a beastman, and it's a Lamia pretending to be an avian because they have the snake tail. And I was like, what species of beastman would be perfect for an imitation of one of the species? And it's a Lamia, because they're essentially the same from the waist down, and she's like an adventurer that is on the council and is like a mediary between the guild and the tree, essentially, on like a political stage. And this is kind of how I imagine the viceroy being, and like the change in the crowd over time as information is revealed. And this would be the viceroy, the new viceroy.
Your fool of a king is dead. Disillusioned by vain aristocrats and simpering clergy, he withered and died under his own weakness.
The audacity!
How can he say that?
This is madness at the king's own funeral.
Lord Louis speaks true. The nobles are to blame.
Names are guilty!
But open your eyes, and you will see the crisis in our nation. I will show you truth, the truth of reality.
And the idea of this is like it's more of a tone towards them being like acceptance. It's blind acceptance, and then a truth revealed causing a new reaction, because everyone likes this adventurer council person. Like they're really well respected, they're really well liked, and then just the revealing that they're a beastman, just like the fury in people over the audacity of the government to do something like this. And then the viceroy basically exposing it, but he's being like on the side of them, being like, this is why you need to accept the beastmen. And they're like, fuck you, we don't need to accept anyone, how dare you lie to us, kind of shit. And then the riot starts. And then they kill the beastmen.
You've all been sheltered, blinded by walls of stone. Behold a human corpse. They are no mere rumor. They lurk and nest across the very land you call home.
But yeah, shit like that is like, that's how he's introduced, and it's like, here's the beastman, and they're all like, what the fuck? And it's like kind of the reverse option, right? And then a riot breaks out, and he's like, no, guys, you gotta fucking like calm down and shit. And then it's just like, no, shit just fucking hits the fan. And this is like the foreshadowing of Zaid And it's like, how can... And this is like Husai being delivered information. Like, you're the leader of the guild. You have biases towards the monarchy and everything. And that's the reason why the Viceroy is in the party in the first place. So it's like, there is this also inner struggle inside of the party being like, Husai, maybe you need to open up your eyes to what's really going on inside of the tree. Because Husai's always just considered it conspiracy. But now he's starting to really question what the fuck is going on. And especially in the third chapter when he goes and talks to Gaia. And she explains basically like the wars of light. That's another point with like the perspective of like premonitions that the main character essentially has, is like his meditation and guiding spirit and like the voice in his soul that's been guiding him his entire life. And it's like this dream essentially that he has, and he'll have like multiple of these throughout the story until in the second book when it's revealed what Gaia actually is and what the dreams actually mean and everything. But that'll bring it all nice and welded together and everything.
The Maze Runner and the Elysium Chronicles. It's incredibly common in game sequels as a mean to hold the hands of the player as they learn the ropes again, delivering bland exposition as to how you got like this, even if the reader or player already remembers. Now, amnesia isn't necessarily a bad plot device, but it's very often used as a plot device with no other consequences throughout the story. It sure is nice that once they remember, they never forget how to fight again in the middle of battle. Boy, wouldn't that be a more interesting and realistic exploration of memory loss affecting a character?
Yeah, that's hilarious that he says that, because that's literally what happens, is the Viceroy makes the plan for the battle. And he's like a tiny little chain of events, but it's like, he's not important to success of the mission, but he's important to some goal that the mission is trying to accomplish. And he just doesn't remember that that's what he's supposed to do, even though he came up with the plan, because his, like, bad self came up with the plan. So that's where it's like this kind of questioning over the Viceroy of being like, should we really trust this guy to be doing stuff like this? Like, that's an amazing plan. He thought it out so fucking well, designed everything, set everything up, moved everything into place. It was beautiful, and then he just didn't do his role? Like, it just... And he didn't even need to put himself in. It's like he just fit himself in for no reason. And it's like, that's just, like, the subtleties of the knowing certain things. It's like the way that communication happens between species, because they don't have the same, like, hearing or vocals or things, but it's like intent translated through magic through consciousness. So it's like a universal language, essentially, and everyone's speaking tongues because it's sent through intent. And that's just like the basis of magic itself, is consciousness. And Gaia is the source of all consciousness, so she has a connection to everything. So you ask anyone what the planet's name is, and they'll all say Gaia. No one knows why, everyone just knows that it's Gaia. 7 mess, drink water. Okay, I will drink water. Maybe I should get a emote for that. I'll have to write that down. Make emote for drink water. Yeah, man. Welcome to the stream, bro. How's it going?
Couldn't have that. So if you do write with amnesia, just be careful that it doesn't feel like a simple plot device to easily communicate exposition. It should be more three-dimensional than that. So how can we handle exposition otherwise? Another way is narrative payoff, making the reader work for it. It's difficult to make the reader want exposition because it's just thrown at the reader to grease the path of the main character into their adventure, explaining the magic system or the world and their place in it as the hero. It's just given to them. It's not necessarily in...
That's kind of like what the first chapter is. It's supposed to be like, feel like the tutorial at the beginning of the game when you're like level 90 and it's either in the past or in the future. Like a good example is like the very beginning of like Wukong, where you're fighting in the clouds and you can't die. Messi or Ronald? What about Ron Messi? Oh! Who's faked more injuries?
Inherently interesting. One way to circumvent this is to use exposition as payoff in the narrative by placing obstacles between it and the main character or framing it as a mystery. After all, the answer to a mystery is...
Let's ask the Canadian about football. Hey man, I actually am like a huge, like I don't watch it, but of all the sports, I think football has like the most action and it has like the most culture around it. Like Green Street hooligans, man. Absolutely beautiful. The idea that it's like the Colosseum in Rome, right? It's not essentially the sport itself. It's the fans' reaction to the sport and the culture that's built around the sport. And I think European football has probably one of the greatest, like, not best, but like greatest cultures around it. Like, not supporting gang violence or like riots and stuff, but the idea that like you're so for your team that you're willing to literally put your skin in the game. I think that's a really powerful thing for like a fan of something. It's like they're willing to get their hands dirty over their beliefs in their sport, you know?
Exposition. A fantastic example of this is The Matrix. The question, what is The Matrix, is set up from the beginning, and Neo spends the first 30 minutes investigating and
it's like that's kind of two questions that I need answering. Like, what is the crystalline tree, and what are adventurers? And the first chapter kind of sets up what adventurers are, and then the second chapter sets up what the crystalline tree is. And then from there, it just molds into the rest of the story.
Unraveling this mystery. He has to make a daring escape, he is interrogated by agents, and he has to have a tracker removed from him before he finally gets his answers. These obstacles and this element of mystery means that when Neo finally meets Morpheus, the exposition surrounding the Matrix feels more like a payoff to everything that has come before. Either placing obstacles in the narrative to get to the exposition or framing it as a mystery that the reader has to uncover helps the exposition feel more like a reward or payoff, because it sets up a goal in the narrative that both the character and the reader want to reach.
And that's kind of like what happens in the fourth chapter when Husai leaves the tree to go to Ifrit to gather Gluttony to basically start the party, and when they pick up Walker, Hildebrandt, and Yap as like the basis of their first six-man party, and they're like, okay, well, that shit that went on in the tree is fucked up, but we need to, like, there's been like word of a dragon in the area, so people have been investigating that, and when the party comes back, it's like, yeah, something's fucked up going on. And they're like, okay, well, let's go to the nearest Beastman village. And let's figure out, you know... And the nearest Beastman village is essentially like the main trade hub of the Sahagin in the area. So it's like, okay, well, let's go talk to their chief, and let's see what's going on. And that's when it's like, they get to the caves, and it's like, oh, they're guarded by goblins, they're not guarded by Sahagin. And it starts to, like, all these questions start to line up of, like, what the hell is going on. And then, as they're fighting their way through the cave and everything like that, when they finally get to the Sahagin village and find that basically, you know, everyone's either been killed or captured, and like the chief who's sympathetic to the tree is basically being locked up and tortured, and the information as to what's happening to the Beastmen and why Beastmen villages are being emptied basically dies with the chieftain after they rescue him. And then they have to go to the next village, right? Or then the next town, which I don't know which after Ifrit, where they're going to go. If that's going to lead direct, I don't remember. I have the notes lined up, but...
However, this is a lot of setup for exposition, so it primarily works for the most fundamental information, that which is the unique premise of your entire story. What is the Matrix? What are the major political powers fighting over? But not all exposition is fundamental enough to deserve this kind of treatment. It would be odd to spend the first 4 chapters of the story using random obstacles as the main character tries to get home just to explain that he has 3 kids named Apple, Stalin, and Shaniqua. That probably wouldn't be as satisfying. The flip side of this is taking too long to get started. A third of your book is a long time for the reader to be patient while waiting for the world to make sense. So how do you develop these other pieces of exposition in interesting and memorable ways? Well, Blake Snyder in Save the Cat, a great book for screenwriters, offers one solution: the Pope in the pool. This is where otherwise dull information is delivered in the context of a shocking, dramatic, or humorous scene. For example, the Pope being naked in a pool. We're thinking, I didn't know the Vatican had a pool, and look, the Pope's not wearing his Pope clothes, he's in his bathing suit. Rather than focusing on the information that's actually being relayed. A great example of this is in Artemis Fowl by Owen Colfer. In the first chapter, Artemis confronts a fairy and demands their holy book. He explains, "You are a sprite, Bashtok, fairy, Kadalun, whichever language you prefer to use. If you know about the book, then you know about the magic I have in my fist. I can kill you with a snap of my fingers." Artemis shrugged. "I think not. Look at you. You are near dead. The rice wine has dulled your senses." In this scene, the reader comes to understand A, there is a hidden magical world, B, it's full of sprites, and C, fairies have a weakness to alcohol. Yet the focus of this dramatic scene is that the main character is essentially extorting and manipulating this weakened sprite, rather than on the exposition itself. The Pope in the Pool is a method to distract the reader from the exposition and make it easier to digest. It does this by overlaying exposition on a scene that is humorous, dramatic, or shocking. However, it's important to avoid making a scene shocking in a contrived way. It can be more effective to weave exposition to a point in the story that already needs to be dramatic. But let's break the Pope in the Pool technique down a little bit further into 3 categories: characterization, conflict, and environment. One way to deliver exposition is to contextualize it to characterization. This is one of the reasons that Harry Potter's first few chapters are so well written. Many writers know that giving a physical description of your character is difficult to make feel natural, but consider the following passage. Perhaps had something to do with living in a dark cupboard, but Harry had always been small and skinny for his age. He looked even smaller and skinnier than he really was, because all he had to wear were old clothes of Dudley's, and Dudley was about 4 times bigger than he was. Harry had a thin face, knobbly knees, black hair, and bright green eyes. He wore round glasses held together by a lot of scotch tape, because all of the times Dudley had punched him in the nose. The only thing that Harry liked about his own appearance was a very thin scar on his forehead that was shaped like a bolt of lightning. He had had it as long as he could remember, and the first question he could ever remember asking his Aunt Petunia was how he had gotten it. The basic exposition of a physical description is only given in a context which helps better explain the emotional state that Harry is in.
One of the biggest problems with this in my book is the fact of the species are not human. So it's like, how do you get the reader off the bat to realize that these characters are of a specific species? Or does it matter until a certain point and then you can reveal it and they'll be like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, I never thought about it that way. It's like, which side of the coin do you want to go with?
And how Harry is treated. With the exception
just mention a non-human body part?
He's not just...
Well, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, the avians slither like a snake. They don't walk. They don't have knees. They don't have feet. The insectoids don't have mouths. They have, like, suckers. So they speak with their wings, not an actual mouth. And the octopi are, like, their back legs are, like, braided together to be legs. So it's, like, basically 6 legs is 2 legs, and then their arms. And then their head's kind of, like, down like this, and their eyes are on the top here. And their mouth is, like, on the back of their head, essentially. And they kind of, like, weave and bob because they don't have knees. So their legs are kind of, like, wobbly, right? So they kind of, like, snake, like, kind of, I don't know exactly how to describe it. But, and then the insectoids, just the amount of feet that they're on. But that comes into question, like, well, how does an octopi wear armor? How does an insectoid wear armor? Can a snake actually move with armor around its itself. Like if you put a cloth around a snake, can like clothes on a snake, can it still slither across the ground, or does it need the grip of? So there's like some logistical issues that I've thought of for like actually physically wearing equipment and how things are structured for the characters, because like for the insectoids, like their wings would need to be out, like their shells would need to be outside their armor would need to be made in a way that allowed their shell to open so they could talk with their wings. So, but that's because the species aren't 100% set as what they are. That's just what I want them to be, but we'll see what they actually come out as, right? Because it's just, some things are just impossible to do, and you can't be tied to a single idea like that. Because if you fester over that single idea, you're going to ruin everything else. It's like, don't adhere everything else to this one idea that you really have because you really want it in there. And that's what I've always thought about the death of Zayd, is I'm only putting this in there. This character is only in there to die. And then eventually that molded into, holy shit, this character is extremely important. And this death is extremely important for the story.
Small and skinny, but he is abused and being kept in a cupboard. And it's not the glasses that are described, but the reason that his glasses are broken. This way of phrasing it has emotional dimensions attached to it, so that our focus isn't on the exposition of a physical description, but on how we relate and understand Harry as a character, as a person. Knowing that he only likes this weird scar about himself tells us a lot about how Harry thinks about himself. George R. R. Martin does this all the time, for the record. He constantly adds in little backstories to families, houses, and characters, but they work because they're always done in a way that reveals more about the character at hand.
Yeah.
We essentially learn about characters through parable.
And this is kind of like one of the things that I want for like side quests for the back of the book. Is like for every chapter, there's going to be a side quest that you can go to the back of the book and read a short story related to something to do with that chapter. Whether it's a backstory of a character meeting, a character introduction, whether it's like information that's interesting but's not like not needed, and like deeper character like understanding that's not fully delved into for certain characters in the book.
Reads through the
so it's like if you really like one of the side characters, there'll be like stories about that side character, essentially. So like there'll be one essentially about Zayd, right?
Deeds of Sir Barristan Selmy in the White Book, practically verbatim, but it's placed within the context of Jaime comparing himself to greater men, and coming to the demoralizing realization that he has no great deeds. Barristan Selmy's exposition is delivered, but it's used to characterize Jaime. A second Pope in the Paul strategy is through phrasing the exposition in a way that creates conflict. One example of this is in Leviathan Wakes by James A. Corey, where we find this passage. We'll get the whole package, it'll be almost as good as the real thing. The inner planets have this new biogel that regrows the limb, but that isn't covered by our medical plan. Screw the inners, and screw their magic jello. I'd rather have a good belt-to-belt fake than anything they grow in a lab. The exposition delivered here is that there are two human societies that have evolved. One on Earth, the jargon for them being called the inners, and one on the asteroid belt, the jargon for them being called the belters. And there is a lot of tension between these two groups, which is somewhat characterized by the inners being more reliant on technology. Using conflict to deliver exposition can bring out the personal beliefs of the characters, depending on who explains it.
And that's kind of like in the first chapter of like the battle scenes and everything like that in the video, of explaining like the mechanics of how like magic works on a base level. And there's just like a simple idea behind it. I still don't know exactly how to do that, whether I'm going to like fully go into it and do what I did with the casting of spells in the tutorial, but we'll see.
It allows the writer to naturally introduce colloquial terminology used in the story, and how that character phrases the conflict allows the author to explore how different factions are related. And finally, I saved this for last because this is the one type of exposition that most writers actually understand pretty well, because it's usually the piece of advice offered when explaining the show don't tell rule, communicating exposition through your environmental descriptions. This is essentially what's in the background. In Atonement, there is a 5-minute single-take tracking shot, which is edited for copyright reasons here, where we see horses being killed, wounded, being tended to, thousands of men on the beach, French civilians crying, soldiers praying and singing songs of hope to God, and the absolute ruin of the coastside town. This is essentially an expositional scene through which we understand that this is a war zone in World War II.
That's something that's kind of like as they're going through the caves and they're not seeing like the regular patrols and they're seeing signs of battle and stuff like that. And by the time they get to the village, it's like everything's like kind of ransacked and fucked up. So it's like most of the tell that something is wrong is through the environment.
They're pressed against the beaches, hoping to escape. They're running out of resources and likely food, and a smart viewer could probably deduce from that alone that this is Dunkirk. Environmental exposition is also particularly effective in establishing world-building elements that you can't find natural ways to bring into dialogue. We know in Fallout there has been a history of nuclear war, from the wastes, from the gas masks left around, and the ruins. The reader will always infer things about your world when they are reading, and while other types of exposition are more explicit, such as telling the reader that the Air Nomad genocide happened, environmental exposition is more about what you want to let them wonder about. We can infer from the opening scene in Children of Men, when there's this explosion in the streets of London, that this is a time of civil unrest, and other such things we can often see in the background. We're never told just how bad this world has gotten, but we are left wondering what this world is like by what the writer has allowed us to see. Environmental exposition frames what the reader can infer from your story. Environmental exposition is closely tied to imagery and can communicate anything, but it's particularly effective in subtly establishing setting, tone, and elements of your world building not central to your main narrative. What's important in environmental exposition is what you choose to highlight for the reader, framing what they can infer. So what have we discussed today? Firstly, the unknowledgeable perspective character is one way to communicate your exposition.
And that would be through through the Viceroy.
Logically, but that doesn't make it interesting or memorable, and amnesia often comes across as cliche and contrived. Secondly, placing obstacles and mystery between the main character and the exposition makes the exposition feel more like a payoff.
Like, in Chapter 3, Husai is told to find the Warriors of Light and the tablet that they hold. No one's ever mentioned the Warriors of Light before. No one has any idea what the Warriors of Light could even be. It doesn't even occur to Husai to look for the top, like, best adventurers until after Zaid dies and he sees his notes and says, wait, what's going on here? And then he goes through all of his Zaid's notes and he's like, okay, holy fuck, we figured something out. And then even when, like, you have an idea of who the Warriors of Light are once they join the party, they don't reveal themselves until the end of the book anyways. So there is this mystery about, are these the real people? And they set a tablet, and they have what are like the Kewpie, which are like braided knots of some sort of fabric or sinew or something like that. And that's literally what the Beastmen like catalog. Instead of like writing, that's their language. Their written language is like in ropes. And the main character in the party have been like gathering these ropes. I don't know how to add this in, but it's like randomly, and I'm pretty sure it's because of Varius, or Gluttony. Either one. I haven't decided which one, because they're one character I need to split into two characters. So some attributes are going to go to one character, some attributes are going to go to another, and that's still a big iffy part. I still don't even know what Gluttony's actual name is. I don't even know if we'll use his actual name, if Gluttony is the only thing we'll ever call him. Because that's essentially his title. Just like the Viceroy. You never actually find out what the Viceroy's name is, it's just his title. Because he technically doesn't even have a name.
As both the reader and the character want answers. Thirdly, the Pope and the Pull method aims to distract the reader from exposition. This can be done by placing it in a context that helps characterize in a shocking environmental description or in a dramatic scene with conflict. But that is all from me until...
Like, when they're investigating the village, the Beastman village. So yeah, that's perfect. Alright, so we have like more ideas of how to structure and what the actual structure should be for this kind of thing. So the next one is, for the story that we're writing today, we want to make it a very, like, atmospheric, emotional battle. Very strenuous, very focused. I don't know how else to describe it without ruining it, but so we're gonna do on fighting scenes. And this one I probably won't interrupt as much as, because we turned a 17-minute video into 110 minutes. Or 80 minutes. Sorry, 70 minutes. I'm a fucking idiot. That deserves a retard. That deserves a tard. See, we do that when I'm a fucking retard. I guess we could just start this.
That fight scenes are hard to write. You could almost say, fight scenes are complicated. There are kind of two dimensions to writing fight scenes. The macro, broader things like structure and overall place in the narrative, and the micro, the sentence by sentence or word by word writing of a fight scene in a book. And it's this part that doesn't get nearly enough attention. There's already a lot of content out there about the macro of a fight scene, because the same rules apply in TV and film. So we'll be examining the micro of fight scenes from these 13 books to understand how to write a good fight scene on that level. However, the macro is still really important to understand, and best-selling author of the Shadow Shaper series, Daniel Jose Older's Skillshare class on writing standout opening scenes is a good place to start. After all, it's not uncommon to start stories with some kind of fight scene, and his discussion of the microcosm of a scene, character action, and driving questions is a great framework regardless. So consider it complimentary to today's video, and you can watch it entirely for free for 2 months over on today's sponsor, Skillshare, all at the links down below. Let's get down to business. Long or short sentences. So the first piece of advice you'll be given when you look into writing fight scenes is write shorter sentences. And I want you to know that, little secret, coming close, this is bullcrap. Let me spill the tea. It is true that some stories do use shorter sentences to better reflect the quick back and forth of a fight scene. Lee Child
like a turn-based
writes the interaction stories and uses short sentences to never let a moment linger. These aren't even complete sentences, like tightened his finger, which lacks the grammatical subject he, as if complete thoughts aren't possible in a tense moment like a fight. R.F. Kuang employs a similar technique in The Poppy War, where shorter sentences reflect the brutal and sharp movements of martial arts. These shorter sentences are usually focused on a strong verb without many adjectives or other framing. He struck her face once, twice, thrice. But not only do these fight scenes have a lot of long sentences as well, but the majority of fight scenes don't shorten their sentences enough for you to take this as some kind of clear and applicable advice or rule. And that's because it's less about sentence length and more about how the individual fight beats are short. Consider the sentence in Blake Crouch's Dark Matter. I slam into the hardwood floor, the back of my head hitting so hard I see bursts of light, and then he's on top of me, blood dripping off his ruined face, one hand squeezing my throat. Here, there are 4 distinct beats that happen in quick succession. Slam, hitting, is on top of, squeezing. There are far more verb beats than
I want to actually compare this to specifically an almost exact scene of one of my short stories, The Fall of the Wall. The rustling of trees in the distance. He saw Xiao Zhao running towards him. What the fuck is going on, dude? What did you do? Xiao Zhao brandished his blade to Zhao Fei's throat. You will be the undoing of us all, traitor. Zhao Fei slit Zhao Fei's throat, pressing his blade as deep as he could, severing his blowpipe and thrashing his blade against bone. So it's like, I don't know if the rustling of trees, that's like an environmental description, but he's like running towards him, dialogue, brandishes the blade, and then slits his throat. And then severing his blowpipe. It's like, I don't know, I feel that beat works. So it's like, when I can compare a scene that I've written with a scene from an actual book and be like, okay, I can hit these beats, whether the sentence structure or the content is actually good or not. And it's like, that super fast beat, I think I got it.
Which usually only have one or two, and that each of these are really short gives the feeling of it being fast-paced, of high tension. And placing
other than the dialogue being
there
there
makes it feel faster because there's no full stop between them, breaking these actions up, like there's barely a moment to breathe. And compare this with Rowling's writing in The Order of the Phoenix.
Dumbledore brandished his wand in one long, fluid movement. The snake, which had been an instant from sinking its fangs into him, flew high into the air and vanished in a wisp of dark smoke. The water in the pool rose up and covered Voldemort like a cocoon of molten glass.
Once again, speed and tension isn't about sentence length, it's about action beats taking as little time as possible. Brandishing, sinking, flew, vanished, rose, and covered. A hell of a lot happens in a single sentence here, each beat just a handful of words. So, let your sentences be short or long, but make each action beat very short, using a chain of strong verbs that allow the reader to follow the fight beats as fast as they would take to happen. For example, this scene in the film actually takes just a little bit longer to happen than it does to read aloud.
That's actually a good
Cause
thing.
and effect. Having a series of verbs in quick succession does not an interesting fight make. Saying Marwyn kicked his opponent, then thrust his fist into a punch, dodging left and cutting up with his elbow into his enemy's jaw is a sentence of quick verb succession, but it is A, not interesting, or B, easy to follow. This is because there is no strong relationship of cause and effect between these verbs. What you'll notice is that whether using short or long sentences, good fight scene writing also has a strong feeling of cause and effect, moving from one verb to the other. Take this passage in James S.A. Corey's Leviathan Wakes.
Holden shook violently in his restraints, and then slapped back into his chair as Alex took the Rocky through a series of sudden maneuvers, and then slammed down the throttle to evade the last of the PDC fire.
Shook, slapped, slammed, and evade. Each of these four quick succession verbs don't just follow one another, but they have a strong relationship of causing each other. Holden shakes and slaps back into his chair because they are accelerating and evading. This makes it a lot easier to follow for the reader because it gives the fight scene a sense of chronology on a sentence-by-sentence basis. In contrast with this, kicked, thrust, dodge, and cut, the sentence lacks any strong feeling of causation, making each movement feel ultimately pointless in its own way. You could take one out or put them in any order and it wouldn't really make a difference, would it? So look for where those sentences are in your
That's
work.
probably exactly how my fight
in
scene
framing
is.
your cause and effect verb
there
there
like
are particular sentence patterns.
actual fight scenes other than like the thought process on the inside. Like I just don't really write fight scenes because short stories tend to not, unless the entire story is about the fight. Usually the fight comes in a different form, right? And it's like an emotional tension or like I guess an example would be like in the marathon short story. It's a race and it's like the pacing and the you know, mentally keeping with yourself, keeping your breathing in line, making sure that, you know, you're not wasting any extra energy, you're being as efficient as you can, and then still comparing that to your opponent and being like, am I winning?
That I've noticed a lot of writers use, a common one being react, pause, act. Consider this fight scene in Martin's A Game of Thrones.
And it must be said of Sir Vardus Egan that he was true to his lady's command, even to the last. One moment he was reeling backward, half crouched behind his scarred shield. The next, he charged. The sudden bull rush caught Bronn off balance.
It's all centered around that second sentence. React, reeling, pause, crouched, act, charged. Likewise, in Sanderson's Skyward, when Spencer is being chased through the air by the enemy, I cut my acclivity ring, spun on my axis, then overburned right back downward. React, cut, pause, spun, act, overburned. These patterns maintain that sense of cause and effect and chronology, while also giving a variety of pacing to the fight scene. The react, pause, act framework means the character isn't repetitively doing the same thing.
Okay, this is something I'm definitely going to write down for fight scene lessons. React, pause, act. Alright, we finally got something that we can use.
Kicked, punched, thrust, and
that we
so
didn't
on.
have before.
They're changing tactics, considering surroundings, and being active. A second verb pattern includes goal, conflict, disaster.
Yeah.
Grabbing his head, I bring my knee back for another blow, but he sweeps my left leg out from under me. Goal, grabbing, conflict, bring, and disaster, sweep. It's a simple, fast-paced sentence model that serves a different purpose here. React, pause, act sentences give a sense of moving towards the goal, while the goal, conflict, disaster feels like it's moving away from the character's goal, meaning you can use these pretty effectively together to give a real
this is
rhythm to
pre.
the fight scene.
This is pre. Okay, never mind. This is just secondary scene. This is like before, because it's goal, conflict, disaster, reaction, dilemma, decision. So this is just a secondary part of that in like a lesser expanded way. So I don't even need this. I already know this. It's just not worded well in this video specifically compared to what it was before.
I got in close and speared the Krell ship with my light lance. Then I turned, pulling the Krell ship out of line with Bog. The cockpit trembled around me, sending us both into a frantic, out-of-control spin. Goal, conflict, disaster. Then I cut my acclivity ring, spun on my axis, then overburned right back downward. React, pause, act. They work together really well. But don't think of these as rigid rules, but what they are. Patterns and suggestions. Be creative with your sentence length, the number of verb segments you have, and remember that the cause-effect relationship is really what's most important to clarity and rhythm. In other words,
fight scenes are complicated.
Even so, you've got to admit that this does have a nice flow to read. Part 3. Where should you give detail? While using the cause-effect structure and those verb patterns will help, those alone don't make the fight well-paced. You don't need to describe every moment of the fight in equal detail. No, I offer that there are 3 main types of moments where the fight is described in that close detail like we've been discussing. The first is when there is a shift in the balance of power. Consider this fight in Almakatsu's The Hunger.
Before Stanton could pull his gun from its holster, the man tackled him, knocking him to the ground. The whirling sand obscured details and made Stanton feel as though he were wrestling a faceless phantasm. One, however, who reeked of whiskey. Stanton managed to jerk aside when the man plunged a fist toward his face and heard a knife blade strike loose sand beside him. They rolled over and over in the sand, scrabbling for advantage, fighting not just each other, but the wind, a giant hand hurling them through the dark. He caught the man good in the ribs, though, and heard him cry out, and then Stanton was sure he recognized the voice. Louis Keseberg.
There are 3 distinctly described moments in this fight here. In the first, it's the inciting incident of the fight that shifts the balance of power against Stanton. In the second, a knife is introduced, raising the stakes and shifting the balance further. And finally, in the third, Stanton retakes power and learns the identity of his attacker. All of these shift that balance of power. But the more important phrase here is they rolled over and over in the sand, scrabbling for advantage. Here, nothing specific is described.
But you can get an image in your head of what it is.
What is happening.
Yeah,
2 men
exactly.
wrestling over a knife in the dirt.
It's a lot easier to have people fill in those gaps, you know. And that's why it's like I want to do a lot of research into dancing and like different dance moves and stuff like that for like how the magic works. And it's like kind of one of the things like if you know about the topic, you can get more out of it because the systems that are used are based on reality, essentially. So it's like you could understand how a simple description of like twirling around and doing like a cartwheel kind of idea.
Why though?
And we're going to be exploring that in today's story, by the way.
The reason nothing is described here is that there is no shift in the balance of power. However, some fight scenes are not actually based around struggles in power, but non-combat goals, like how in The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Salander is trying to free Blomkvist at the same time as she is fighting. Instead of shifts in power, it's the moments where she gets closer or further away from that goal that are described in that close detail, because that's where the tension is drawn from in the scene. This is particularly common in the horror genre, where it's very common that one character is wholly overpowering the other, who is just trying to escape or grab a weapon, that non-combat goal. So keep in mind the genre and what your characters are actually trying to do. The second type of moment where authors add that close detail is in moments of character importance. Let's take a look at R.F. Kuang's The Poppy War.
The next time Nisha lunged at her, she pulled him to the floor with her. They rolled around in the dirt, each attempting to pin the other, and failing. He punched madly in the air, flinging blows haphazardly at her face. She dodged the first one. He swung his fist back in reverse and caught her with a backhand that left her gasping. The lower half of her face went numb. He'd slapped her. He'd slapped her. A kick she could take, a knife hand strike she could absorb, but that slap had a savage intimacy.
Like with Almakatsu's The Hunger, the moments of the fight where there is no major shift in power are generalized, with they rolled around in the dirt, each attempting to pin the other and failing. But detail is especially given to this moment where he slaps her. See, Rin grew up socially isolated and repeatedly beaten down, making the slap personally humiliating, degrading, and it changes how she fights from then on. And lastly, the third type of moment you might linger for is narrative importance, things that you really want the character or the reader to reflect on. Take this final duel between Harry Potter and Voldemort in the Deathly Hallows. This single moment is described in lengthy detail to really allow the reader to linger on it and feel the tension and cathartic release more specifically. It's purposeful. But what about the other moments that don't have these things, that we generalize? Well, let's return to them. Renowned fantasy author Brandon Sanderson discusses fight scenes in saying, "You are not writing a screenplay. If you describe a blow-by-blow fight scene in a book, no matter how well you describe it, it's going to be boring. Play to the strengths of the novel medium." Arguably, the greatest strength of a novel is the reader's imagination. That is why generalized descriptions like "they tussled on the ground for half a minute" work. The reader will likely better imagine it than you. But there are two things that you can do to give them the tools to best do that. Sebastian de Castell, author of Trader's Blade, writes, "Show the reader early on in the fight how each weapon moves through space. Make them vivid and visceral, then you're free to focus on the character's actions and reactions." This helps establish the feel and flow of the fight right at the start. One example of this is in Martin's A Storm of Swords with the duel between the Viper and the Mountain.
Oberyn's long spear jabbed, but Sir Gregor took the point on his shield, shoved it aside, and bowled back at the prince, his great sword flashing. The Dornishman spun away untouched.
This opening phrase establishes Oberon as quick and darting, and Sir Gregor as an immovable figure with slow but brutal swings. It's because of this opening to the fight that more generalized statements like this work later on. Show the way the people and weapons move and how the environment changes early on, and allow the reader to do the rest of the work. Secondly, these generalized statements are also where more creative language is used, like this.
They wrestled in the dust and blood. The Mountain had wrapped one huge arm around the prince, drawing him tight against his chest, like a lover.
This is instead of those verb patterns and chronology that we've been emphasizing, and it's because it's about creating a feeling for the fight, not high-paced clarity. So if you're looking for where to show off your unmatched metaphorical writing, it's here. And these generalized moments are important because verb after verb after verb with no creative imagery is still boring. Part 4. Making it easy to follow. More than usual scenes, fight scenes rely on the reader's understanding of space, where characters are, what's around them, and their physical options for movement. Science fiction writer Rob Wells summarized this in saying, "One of the biggest mistakes is we forget we are not a visual medium. We don't know what the room looks like, we don't know where the chairs are, so when a character picks one up to fight with it, it can come out of nowhere. You need to set us up with the setting." And when talking about space, we really need to talk about J.K. Rowling and the Department of Mysteries in the Order of the Phoenix. Seriously. So, first, Rowling establishes the space before the fight even begins, giving the reader a clear idea of how to visualize the fight when it happens. Some authors fall into the trap of describing the space during the fight, slowing the pacing immensely, and making...
That's kind of why in, like, the step-by-step that I feel in, like, the first chapter, where it's like, the doors open, you see into the room, you see what's in the room, you see the monsters, and then the adventurers rush into the room, and then the monsters start moving. And it's like, I've already established essentially where you are. Now you just need the character to do what it does. And like the first scene of the Golem room where the Kalmosh and Julek basically destroy the entire room themselves is supposed to be like, oh, even the tanks are strong enough to completely eviscerate an entire room on their own. Like, this dungeon doesn't seem to be that hard to do. And then you get to the final boss, and it's like, well, what the fuck? And then they still overcome that afterwards, and it's like... The feeling of being inside the room that the Emerald Weapon is like being in a house of mirrors. Because everything in the room is like fine reflective glass. And at some point in time in the final draft, it'll explain, like, basically them trying to shatter parts of the room. And even noticing that the cannon blast from the Emerald Weapon didn't even damage the room. So it's like, this room was made for this thing to fight in because it's so well secured. Whereas before, they've been kind of destroying bits and pieces of the dungeon. Like in the scene where it shows that everything is regenerating. And that kind of goes to show, like, why there's no signs of anyone ever being in the dungeon before. And that's because the dungeon essentially just cleans itself. Which is like the automaton base of the technology of that time, which is what the dungeons are based upon. But anyways, so it's like, even setting that up from the beginning is always one of the most important things that I do, not during. Like, you can add bits and pieces during, like... I haven't written a good example, I guess I could say, for an actual fight scene or something like that, other than, like... No, because it's always just, like, emotional turmoil. I just love emotional turmoil.
Convenient half the time, but instead, Rowling writes so that every spatial element that returns during the fight is set up prior.
We saw clocks gleaming from every surface, large and small, hanging in spaces between the bookcases or standing on desks ranging the length of the room.
And she returns to these spatial things when she writes, "A jet of red light hit the nearest Death Eater. He fell backwards into a grandfather clock. Hermione had crawled under the desk to get a better aim." Both the fragile clocks and the desks mentioned in that first description return in the fight scene as complicating factors, making it more interesting and keeping it easy to visualize by using these pre-established set pieces. And she does this over and over again in a really skillful way. All of this means that Rowling can focus on character and emotions during the fight because none of her words are wasted on description. See, the use of space in a fight scene is a lot like a series of Chekhov's guns. If you tell the reader that there's a cliff nearby, there's an inherent fear and expectation that someone's gonna fall. A fight is only as good as its build-up, and introducing those spatial elements beforehand creates an expectation and tension for the readers and characters. Fundamentally, if your environment is going to affect the way in which they fight, then establishing those elements beforehand is crucial and will make the fight itself better. Because of this, a really useful tool for planning fight scenes is blocking. It's a theatre term describing mapping out the movements of characters on a stage in broad strokes prior to details. Consider doing this for
that's what I always do.
But space
That's
plays
part of the
another
outline.
important role in Rowling's writing.
It's
How
it's
you
like
manage fights with
a
the
step by step
writing
of
from a
what
limited
actually
perspective.
happens without
Sirius's death
description.
is the
So
single
when I
most
go for the
important
description,
bit
I
in
can
this
just
fight
weave
scene,
it into
but it's
whatever I
written from the
want.
perspective of a single character, Harry. Yet, it's Rowling use of space that means the story naturally builds to this and makes it incredibly easy to follow in the chaos of numerous characters, even if it's just from Harry's perspective. She regularly reminds the reader where characters are, in particular reminding us where Sirius is 4 times before his death, moving down the steps, 10 feet from Harry, on the dais with Bellatrix, then through the archway. The other characters we don't physically follow nearly as closely, but we don't need to. We still get references to what they're doing during the fight, so it feels like they're involved, but Rowling only carefully tracks the spatial journey of characters who play crucial roles: Harry, Malfoy, Bellatrix, and Sirius. Because of this, Sirius's death atop the dais does not take us by surprise. That's where we expect him to be, and it makes it incredibly easy to visualize. Even if you're writing from a single perspective, give regular reminders to the reader where characters who play crucial roles in the fight scene story beats are. That spatial knowledge really helps with the visualization. Part 5.
And that's kind of one of the problems I have with the beginning of the fight with the Emerald Weapon. It's like, I literally just unload a lineup. It's like, okay, we have the tanks, then you have Aetharg, then you have your melee damage dealers, then you have your range damage dealers, then you have your support, then you have your damage dealer mages, then you have your healers. And it's like, that's not... Like, I could just say they line up. And it's like, you could infer from that, like, based on what the novel is and how things have unfolded so far, that it's... that's the lineup that you would have. It's not like the reader's going to go in and be like, oh, well, the healers are on the front line if you don't describe it. So I think that's a great way to put it.
So, sentence structure and pacing are one thing, but word choice, that's really where you get to craft the tone and feel of your fight scene. How you describe pain and consequence to every blow.
Mm-hmm.
Consider how in King's horror novel The Shining, he repeatedly attaches visceral bodily descriptors to the fight.
The mallet came down again with whistling deadly velocity and buried itself in her soft stomach. Agony exploded on her right side as the mallet took her just below the line of her breasts, breaking 2 ribs. The mallet came down and landed just below her kneecap. She jerked her head away from it, and it scraped the flesh from her ear.
The dark Swedish noir, which is just to say Swedish noir, the girl with the dragon tattoo, employs a similar technique. The iron hit Martin on the collarbone near his shoulder. The blow had a terrible force, and Blomkvist heard something snap. Both authors deliberately use specific bodily descriptors to remind the reader how fragile we are, making it feel gritty, brutal, uncomfortable, and bloody. There is also a lot more emphasis on avoiding blows, because every blow lands with serious consequence. Let's contrast this with some more light-hearted fiction in Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time series.
Without the void, he was always half a heartbeat behind. The tip of Turok's heavy sword made a stinging trench just under his left eye. A flap of coat sleeve hung away from his shoulder, the darker for being wet. The river undercuts the bank. He dropped to one knee, blades slashing across.
The descriptors here for pain and consequence are far more generalized compared to Larson and King. Though characters are hit, it's not usually devastating, and the focus isn't nearly as much on avoidance. This is a tonal choice that makes it less gritty, more interested in spectacle, which is why the prose doesn't linger on consequences in a fight too much. This is a technique employed by fiction aimed at younger audiences as well. And that's okay, it's a stylistic choice, but if you want that grittier fight, then give those more specific, visceral bodily descriptors to the harm done, and focus on evasion. The more generalized the verbs and adjectives, the less gritty the fight will be for the reader. You'll also notice that authors choose to use a wide variety of verbs in fight scenes, more so than usual. You don't use a different verb for speaking every time someone says something. But not only are different verbs what give the impression of a varied and interesting fight in these very physical scenes, but as Daniel Jose Alder asks in the Skillshare class I referenced at the beginning, what are the verbs that we use? Whatever actions that character is doing do need to be things that tell us something about who that person is. Verb choice is often where we find character in fight scenes. Part 6. Playing to the strengths of the novel medium.
Hey, yeah. Hey, you know that Marvel film, yeah, where the guy gets powers and then he has to fight someone he has a personal relationship with? Yeah, that was cool. Oh yeah, real cool. We should do that. Yeah, we should do that, definitely.
No. A great book fight scene has different strengths. We discussed before using the reader's imagination, but another tool is the subjective experience of the character. See, books have the ability to get inside the head of characters far more than visual mediums do.
They have quirks, like, I see the word red rum everywhere. Oh, there it is.
Consider this knife fight in Frank Herbert's Dune. Nearly 50% of it takes place inside Paul's head, weighing risks and contextualizing every move to his character journey. And you'll find the same in a lot of other stories. It's the difference between Sanderson writing, "My hand hovered as it reached for the eject lever between my legs. I would not eject. I was no coward. I was not afraid to die." And what will it do to them? Something within me asked. If you do. Screaming, I grabbed the eject lever and yanked hard. And him just writing, "My hand hovered as it reached the eject lever between my legs." Screaming, I grabbed the lever and yanked hard. The latter feels more like watching a fight scene through a camera in a visual medium, while the former is soaked in the visceral subjective experience of Spencer. The latter is still good writing, it's just lacking depth. So use the subjective experience of your characters to frame and give depth to the action. But the real question is, how do you balance this? How do you balance internalization and action? It is hard, and we got a lot.
One of my other problems is the fact that the book is supposed to be in first person to Husai, so it's like, how do you do the inner thoughts of other characters when you're on, like, specifically at the very beginning of the book, and it's going to be like, maybe that's just not in first person, but then it's always, like, I want references to come back to you realizing that this is Husai watching something happen, and his personal reactions to it based on knowledge that he has that the reader doesn't have. And this will build questions for the reader in the first chapter of being like, okay, well, what is this? And why is it so important? And by the end of the chapter, you have this feeling towards Husai, not the answers you're looking for, but you know that the answers are there and they're going to be revealed to you. And that's like the cliffhanger for chapter 1. That's like, I can't put this down, I need to read chapter 2. And it's like every chapter has this like cliffhanger moment at it where you're like, fuck, I can't put the book down now. So it's like you gotta stop reading mid-chapter, because if you finish a chapter, you just gotta want to read the next one. That's the idea behind it.
Lots to talk about. See, internal monologue during a fight is not usually just characters observing things and thinking about things. When it is, it's...
And for that, as well as casting magic, in, like, my descriptions of how, like, for the test we did of how to cast magic from the inner self of the person, and for how each person individually casts magic differently based upon them, this is where it's like, okay, being first person and going inside of other people's heads definitely has a clash with the story. So, there's a consolation we need to reach between that.
Kind of boring. That doesn't give us the depth that we're really looking for. Stephen King only pauses the fight for Wendy to internalize that her husband is truly going to kill her, that this is life or death. Blake Crouch in Dark Matter only pauses the fight to internalize the realization that he is about to die. Rowling only pauses the fight in the Order of the Phoenix so that Harry can internalize Sirius's death. Internalization usually explores why this fight matters. Each of these give emotional weight to the action.
And it's like, I can do that through Husai, through his experience, to unravel this underlying backstory, even though it's just his reactions to watching something. That would be the inference I'd get from what I want the first chapter to be.
Immediately happening. making the action itself more compelling. Very little internalization is emotionally neutral or lacking that emotive language. So if your characters are just internalizing observing things, it's probably not that interesting for the reader. The challenge here is show, don't tell. It's an old axiom, you've heard it before, and it really leads into the second strength of the novel medium, the 5 senses.
Yes.
We usually focus on sight and sound because that's what visual mediums do, but book fights use...
Just like in The Banquet, like, it's the smell, the sound, and the feeling of it. Like making it almost that you can feel that you're the one eating the food. You're the one smelling the food. And from just the basic, just like the rich spice or something like that. Love the Rick and Morty hoodie. Thanks. This is also a Meeseeks. If you didn't notice, a Meeseeks toque. We love Rick and Morty here. It's a good time. Oh, congratulations! You're level 1! Meeseeks. Yeah, I know, right? It's not exactly there. Canada moment. Toque. Yeah. Dude, it's like going, it was 8 the other day, now it's going back down to -30. It's fucking crazy.
All 5 senses to help immerse their readers. That fight in The Hunger brings up how he reeked of whiskey and the sensation of swallowing a pound of grit. This gives a different kind of realism to book fight scenes than to the TV or film mediums.
I mean, I'm glad. You guys should see the last guy. The last guy that I tried to guess where I was. I was just fucking with him for like 10 minutes.
He was about to pass out, and the pain in his temples...
I've never heard them called beanies. They're toques. It's just, I don't know. This is one of those things, man. It's a toque. I don't know what else the fuck to call it. It's cloth that goes over your head that doesn't have a rim. It's a toque.
Was almost unbearable. She turned to him and saw that his face was the color of a tomato, his eyes were open wide, and his tongue was popping out of his mouth. She stood on her toes and frantically sawed at the leather strap to get the noose off.
Now, Larson could have internalized this in saying he knew he...
A Kiwi, a Scot, and a Canadian in one stream. What is this? The greatest empire that ever existed? True, brother. True. But hey, you never know. We might... Manifest Destiny has a way of coming around, you know? We might be the 51st state. Who the fuck knows? The way the world is, it would be fucking hilarious.
He was near death, and she knew she desperately had to free him. And this kind of internal...
But that makes me question... If we do, does that mean my money stays the same, but it just gets converted? Or do I get, like, the conversion rate of American? Because I'm like, does my money go down, or does my money stay the same? Or go up, technically? Amen, brother. Hell yeah.
Would tell the reader why this fight matters. But instead... Larson turns those thoughts into physical movements using sight and sensation, the 5 senses, to capture that feeling of panic and desperation. Instead of telling the reader why it matters with this kind of internalization, he instead shows them through the physical experiences behind that idea. Fundamentally,
yeah, it's kind of like how Husai's like sitting, are you going to affiliate? I mean, that's like plan, right? That's the direction you're going. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, at the end of the day, this is just like basically a vlog for me, for my books, and a way to hold myself responsible and accountability for actually writing. And since I started streaming, I've written more short stories than I've written in the last 5 years. Typically, when a currency change happens, they allow you to exchange old money for an equivalent value of the new currency. Yeah, so it's like the equivalent value essentially stays the same, right? Because like, let's say 5 grand Canadian is like 2.7 grand American. Right, so that's quite a fucking significant difference.
Symbolize feelings with all 5 senses where you can, and reserve internalization for those important story beats during the fight scene. Part 7. So, you've got a better idea on how to balance internalization and action, but what about balancing it with that sweet, sweet dialogue? Almost every single one
Don't
of these
really
fights
need this one
has
for the
some
story that we're
amount
doing today, but overall, like, for instance, like the reference we had before of that story, Fall of the Wall, the dialogue being, like, introduced, like, the rustling of trees in the distance, he saw, Shishao running towards him, and then it's like, what the fuck is going on, dude, what did you do? Shishao brandishes his blade to Xiao Fei's throat. You'll be the undoing of a salt trader. And then Xiao slits his throat. And it's like just these two lines to tell you, like, this character's, like, perspective of the situation. It acts the same way as how smaller currency gets phased out. When 5 cents cent coins got phased out in New Zealand, you could go to a bank and exchange them for larger coins. Yeah. We lost the penny to... Did you know... I learned this in school. Did you know that the economic value of a currency is determined by its lowest denominator? And that's why third world countries, like, their lowest denomination of money is, like, either 50 cents or $1, or even in some cases, multiples of dollars as their minimum. It's because the more stable your currency is, the lower value you can assign per piece of currency, because it's actually worth something. So the more that you shrink down the lower coins, the more you degrade the overall worth of the currency. I never thought about that, but makes sense. Yeah. I'm 33. I don't know how school is now for you guys, but, like, the shit that I learned in school, I hope you guys are still learning in school. I've got some 50,000 rupiah notes in my wallet. Yeah, it's like, how do you get to a point when this single bill is worth this much in a value of numerical sense, but is not of value in reality, right? So Dom Hussein note, lol, that's hilarious.
Dialogue involved, but why and how? Firstly, much of it is utilitarian, short, snappy, to the point. When a fight is tense and evenly matched, characters typically only say what is needed. In the Poppy War, during that one-on-one fight between Nazar and Rin, neither of them say anything, they only need to focus. Even in Leviathan Wakes, where there is a lot of dialogue, everything is short and snappy to reflect that tense, high-paced speed of the situation, and every part of it is needed. They're a ship crew, and much of the tension comes from their ability to cooperate and communicate. But across the entire fight, there are only 3 lines longer than 2 sentences, all of which are short. If characters have the time to monologue, then things feel, well, less urgent. Secondly, dialogue in fight scenes is often emotional. The veil of courtesy and social conditioning of normal conversation is stripped back, getting to the emotion behind what the characters want to say a lot quicker. In The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Salander only says one thing when fighting a serial rapist and killer. Do you like pain, creep? Her hatred for the guy comes through in this simple one-clause question as she hits him. It doesn't require a monologue about her traumatic past. This isn't Shakespeare. And because it's so short, it doesn't break the pacing of the scene. Thirdly, power imbalance. The character that clearly has the upper hand in the fight is the one who often speaks more. Salander, Jack Torrance, the Viper, for a while. Just as detail can mark shifts in power in the scene, it can also be reflected in dialogue, as them speaking is a form of them taking control of the scene. When writing dialogue in combat, keep it on average to 1 or 2 short sentences, that would be my advice, and leave behind any of the fluff of polite conversation and allow emotion to guide the words you use.
Pedro looks so goofy there.
Obviously, these are...
There's more what you'd call guidelines than actual rules.
And how dialogue works during a fight will really come down to your writing style and to character. Who they are and their relationship.
Oh, I know a really good scene, a fight scene with good dialogue in it.
But that doesn't stop Oberon screaming for him to confess. This is very in character, and the book makes a point of how much unnecessary flair he has while fighting that'll probably get him killed. And does. Maybe you want your characters to be having a philosophical debate while they fight, and that's okay, that is insanely cool. It's not necessarily realistic, but that might be your style, and a lot of readers will like that. Fiction is fiction, folks. However, there is another element to consider with both dialogue and internalization. They both allow you to control the pacing of the fight scene. They can give the reader room to breathe with a change of pace. However, too much internalization or too much dialogue does hamper the pacing as well by slowing the fight scene down and making it feel like you're watching a DVD as your sister has the remote in the other room pressing start, pause. Now, studying the micro fight scenes like we did here doesn't get nearly the attention from authors that it really needs, but the macro matters too. And you should check out author Daniel Jose Older's Skillshare class on Creative Writing Essentials, which we quoted in today's video, which delves more into that structural overall macro.
So we got some basic ideas out of this as to how to construct this, and I think we've got the entire thing. I've been thinking about this for like 10 hours or so. How to do this.
It's for creative and curious people.
So we'll start with, as usual, the outline. So we didn't even really technically learn anything. We structured things, but everything just kind of put words to it, right? So we'll go here. Plot. Okay, so these don't have the scene structure to them. I didn't add that. Reddit stories. Yes. We are going to be reading some Reddit stories. I just wanted to make sure that this was set. I don't know, the ones from yesterday weren't bad at all. Oh wait, this is supposed to go, hold on. This is supposed to go in the middle here. Okay. For instance, short stories. The Eternal Thread. Interesting. Serial Sunday. Motivation. Interesting. Routine maintenance. Let's just do 3. These ones just seem interesting. Alright. I feel like one of my tires is fucked on my chair or something. Anyways. Okay. Let's toke, and we will read these stories. And we're just going to do a brief description so you guys can start kind of getting an idea in your head. The name of today's story is The Stage, and it's a fashion show. But as always, there's a twist. And again, if you can point out what the twist is, like my goal in the writing is to set it up so that like just before it's revealed, you can be like, "Oh shit, okay, I get it. Oh fuck, okay, shit. Yep." That's my hope. So, as soon as you get it, call it out. Of course there's a twist. Otherwise, they'd walk off the runway. What if it was just walking from one side of the stage to the other, and it wasn't necessarily a runway? It was just, like, walking across a stage. But I see where you're going with that. And that makes me think, is there a runway? There has to be a runway. Oh, that'll get interesting. That, there's an aspect there I can use with that being a runway. Oh, I really like that. My mind is exploding right now. Fuck! 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 I'm so glad I looked. Hey guys. Fuck me! Fuck me! You guys see that? Fuck. I can't see that. Hold on. God damn it. There we go. There's a fucking goddamn fly in my chocolate fucking milk. I almost fucking drank that shit. I would if I was not paying attention, be like, what the fuck was that chunky piece of shit in my milk? Fuck! My chocolate milk! Why? That's so bullshit. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Oh, nut protein. That chalky milkies. That's how fucked up it is. It's the beginning of March, and flies are starting to... I live, like, literally in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere in country in Alberta. So, like, as soon as it goes above, like, 0, flies fucking everywhere. I literally have a cow, like, fucking field behind my fucking house. They're fucking everywhere, all the time. And this thing's been flying around my room for, like, 3 days. And I hadn't noticed it in the last hour or so. And I don't remember the last time I took a sip of that chocolate milk. But, yeah. He found a new fucking home. Motherfucker. Thank God I bought chocolate milk today. Or that would have been the last of the fucking chocolate milk, and I would have been like, well, shit. God doesn't want me to drink chocolate milk. Fuck you, Valiant boy. Okay, here we go. The Eternal Thread. A story of an artist redemption. It was 9 p.m. By the evening, Jaden strolled along the chilly streets, his boots crunching against the mixture of snow. His boots crunching against the mixture of snow and dirt, humming softly. He felt a sudden gust of icy wind brush his cheek, sending a tingling shiver down his spine. As he walked, his thoughts wandered to the day's events. Quiet sigh escaping his lips, followed by a chuckle. Suddenly, he shouted into the crisp night air, "Man, I feel so free these days." Taking out his smartphone, Jaden glanced at his home screen, a picture of Charlie, his girlfriend, smiling. He thought, oh man, I love her. Continuing his walk, he scrolled through his phone, checking emails and chats until he noticed a missed call from Charlie. Without hesitation, he called her back. "Honey, did you call me?" he asked. "Yes," she replied, her voice warm but concerning. "You're taking so long to come back. It wasn't that long ago when you used to stay locked in your room all the time. I just worry if you're truly happy now." Jaden reassured her, his voice soft and firm. "Don't worry, I'm the happiest I've ever been." Glancing around, he marveled at the soft glow of the streetlights reflecting off the frost-covered sidewalks. Smiling, he said, "Streets are beautiful tonight. Let me show you." He switched to a video call, capturing the delicate snowflakes and the faintly glowing scenery. Charlie smiled at the sight of that. Meet me at Brandon Crossing. I'll walk you home from there." Lost me at Jaden. You know what's really, really, really funny about that? Where is it? No. We want channels. No. Where is he? Oh, it's one word, that's why. Channel. Okay, Raven Run. Yeah, here we are. Prophet Ezekiel.
Did you know that Ezekiel?
God damn it, wrong one. Prophet Ezekiel. Where is it? No Town Barbarian. And letting us see your suggested, you're a braver. Okay, I have 2 PCs. I only use this PC for streaming. That is it. I don't use it for anything else. So unless it's if it's been involved, yeah, no. Yeah. That's why I don't give a fuck, because literally I've only ever used it for streaming. Starforge PC, by the way, best PCs in the universe. Shout out to Starforge, they're fucking amazing. So yeah, anyways.
He's our plump barbarian.
Just listen.
Citizens of Hartland, they've come after you. The plaintiff, ordinary people, the ones you've been laughing at, have Franz Kindler. Well, you can't fool them anymore.
So I've been chased out of every town I've ever been in. I tried to find the most hated name for this character. And I settled
most
on
hated
the top
baby
2.
names for boys. Jaden is the top name. So it's just hilarious how you're like, you lost me at Jaden. Jaden Braden! He got kicked out of every town. He's not allowed in. People fucking hate this guy. Yeah, that was just fucking hilarious. Massive side tangent, but anyways. Jaden, he switched to a video call. Brandon Crossing. Eagerly, Jaden hurried towards Brandon Crossing. Along the way, he noticed an elderly man standing by the road and recognized him as Sam, a familiar figure he affectionately thought of as a grandpa. Concerned, Jaden approached him. Grandpa, what are you doing out so late? It's freezing. What if you get sick? Big Bro Harry and Grandma will be worried. Sam let out a hearty laugh despite a brief coughing fit. Don't fuss, boy. I may be old, but my heart is still young. When I was your age, I'd wander around in a half shirt and never got sick. Amused, but still concerned, Jaden took Sam's hand and walked him home. On the way, he called Charlie, letting her know he'd be late. Once they reached Sam's house, the old man invited Jaden for a tea and snacks, but he politely declined, eager to meet Charlie. When Jaden finally arrived at Brandon Crossing, he spotted Charlie sitting on a bench, bundled up in a thick pink sweater. Rubbing her hands for warmth while glancing at the clock. With a mischievous grin, Jaden crept up behind her and whispered, "Guess who?" She chuckled at his playful gesture. "Good evening, Mr. Jaden. It's been ages since we last met. How are you?" They shared a laugh and hand in hand began walking home. Charlie lived just a street before Jaden, amidst the snow and ice. They passed countless shops adorned with glittering lights. Starry, crystal clear sky above and the snow-dusted streets below created a magical atmosphere. Tiny snowflakes danced around them, settling softly on their cheeks. Jaden squeezed Charlie's hand as the conversation flowed effortlessly, weaving through memories of the day's lively music club activities. Jaden chuckled as he recounted the events of the music club earlier that day. "You won't believe it. We were playing a classic piece as a joke, but Brandon completely butchered it on the piano. That boy will never learn how to read a music sheet properly. He kept playing on the minor key instead of the major ones, and our jolly tune suddenly felt like a funeral march. Even President Kingler warned him against again and again during practice, but of course, it didn't stick. Then Miss Jennifer stepped in and gave him a headbutt. And guess what? That's when Brandon magically started playing it right. Honestly, I think he messes up on purpose just to get Jennifer's attention." Minor keys? I don't know anything about pianos, but that makes sense to me because I'm like, yeah, there's minor and major, right? Aren't the major ones the black ones and the minor ones the white ones? Doesn't make sense musically. I don't know anything about music. So, you got me. It made sense to me. I was like, yeah, sure, I know there's major and minors when it comes to music. Blacks? Oh, sharps and flats! Oh, okay, yeah, no, I was just getting them mixed up. I'm retarded. Again, I don't know fucking anything about music. I'm like fucking tone deaf as shit. I couldn't tell you what tone it is. I can hear them, but I can't tell you what it is, because I've never tuned myself to it, because I just don't give a fuck. Not something I'm interested in. Like, I love music and stuff, but I'm not, like, interested in learning the quality of chords. I don't even know what that means. To me, that'd be like, oh, this one's made of good quality, that one's bad quality, but yeah, no. It's complicated, man. Music is fucking complicated. That's why I'm like, I'm not even touching music, I'm not touching art, I'm just touching reading, because it's such a massive thing to learn that I'm like, I don't need other shit to like intertrace with it. I just want to focus on one thing. And that's why I can't fucking draw. Believe me, he's such a pain in the ass sometimes. As Jaden animatedly ranted about the day, Charlie listened with a warm smile. When he paused to catch his breath, she said softly, I'm just happy to see you smile. Suddenly, she stepped in front of him, pinching his cheeks playfully. His cheeks flustered a deep red, from both the cold and her sudden gesture. Giggling, she leaned in and kissed him gently on the cheek. Jaden froze for a moment, his heart fluttering, before breaking into a wide grin. After a moment of silence, Charlie and Jaden continued their walking. It's the distance between notes, not the note themselves. Oh, like on a spectrum of sound, as far as like sound waves go, it's how close those notes are. So it's like the difference between playing like A and D and like A and C. Again, that's like, and it's like so different between string and like wind instruments too. Like, it's just too much for me. I will have to research it eventually for like songwriting and stuff like that, for like the idea of how, but not really, just like, you know, to play the appropriate chords or to describe the appropriate chords being played on an instrument when an instrument is being played. But that's more of just learning how to describe a specific instrument, and then it's like a derivative of that placed in a fantasy world, essentially. Like, they're gonna have a saxophone, because saxophone's like my favorite instrument, but it's gonna be like... It's gonna be like an organ, but like a saxophone, and it's like a 5-person like instrument. Charlie and Jaden continued walking, their pace leisurely as they admired the serene beauty around them. You could ask me about the music theory. I know at least enough to dumb it down. Oh, I would definitely be interested in a lesson about that. Dude, we should do a collab about that. You teaching me about music. That would be fucking lit. I am so down for that. The houses on either side of the road were blanketed in snow, their rooftops glistening under the warm glow of the street lamps. The gentle crunch of their footsteps on the snow and the occasional hush of the wild wind filled the quiet night. Eventually, they reached a park across the road, its swings and play structures silhouetted against the faint glow of the night. Though the flowers weren't visible in the dark, the charm of the place lingered in the air. Charlie crossed the road, her pink sweater blending with the soft hues of the night. Man, just in my head, I just wanted her to get hit by a fucking car. Like, is she gonna get hit by a car? Is someone gonna die? Is this gonna be interesting, or is this gonna be boring? Charlie crossed the road, her pink sweater blending with the soft hues of the night, and sat on a swing. Turning to Jaden, she called out playfully, "Baby, push me." Jaden smiled and walked behind her, placing his hands gently on the swing's chains. He began pushing her, the swing swaying back and forth like a rhythmic creak. As he watched her light frame glide through the chilly air, his thoughts drifted to a time not long ago. If she hadn't come to meet me that day last August, the memory hit him like a wave. Back then, he'd been a lonely, self-doubting kid, barely existing in the shadowy corners of the classroom. Charlie had been the first to notice him. "You have so much talent," she had told him after hearing him sing one evening, her words slicing through his insecurities, and then, in her fiery, fearless way, she had marched straight to his dad, standing up for him, helping him negotiate a deal to chase his dreams. Jaden pushed the swing a little harder, the cold air stinging his face as the past and present collided in his mind. I owe her everything. Without her, I'd still be that pathetic kid trapped in my own darkness. Even being out here this late, it's all because of her. He watched Charlie laugh as the swing soared, her joy so pure it seemed to light up the snowy park. His chest tightened with gratitude. She really is a gift from God, he thought. How could I ever repay her for all she's done? Lost in his thoughts, he kept pushing, the night around them growing quieter, but his heart beating louder with every moment. Then, after about 10 minutes of playful laughter on the swings, Charlie and Jaden decided to cross back to the other side of the road. The gentle crunch of snow beneath their boots accompanied their conversation, which soon shifted Jaden's latest passion project. Jaden spoke animatedly, his eyes lighting up as he explained, "Honey, we've been so caught up with this new song for the December holidays. Writing the lyrics, arranging the music, and piecing everything together has been intense. We're experimenting with styles to capture the festive vibe perfectly. We also have to ensure it's practical in the production team to handle." Charlie tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. "Why don't you use the music software? Something like Fruit Labs or similar composing tool. Wouldn't that make things a lot easier instead of relying on just instruments?" Jaden chuckled, shaking his head. "Your Majesty, you do realize we're a band, not a production team, right?" Charlie laughed softly, brushing a strand of hair out of her face as the wind played with it. "Of course, Your Highness, but doesn't it make sense to use technology sometimes? I mean, in today's super-fast world, computers can make everything so much easier. Why not music, too?" Jaden sighed, a mix of amusement and mild annoyance crossing his face. He pulled out his phone, quickly searching for an article. Finding what he needed, he turned the screen towards her and said, "Here, read this." The article explained, "Band creates music primarily through live performances, using physical instruments like guitars, drums, and vocals. On the other hand, a production team relies on software and virtual tools, crafting sounds digitally with more flexibility and control. Essentially, one thrives on live expression, while the other emphasizes precision through technology." Charlie was engrossed in reading when a sharp, screeching sound suddenly broke through the cold night air. Startled, both of them looked up to see a car skidding towards them at an alarming speed. "Yes, someone's gonna die!" The chilly wind howled around them, muffling some of the distant house sounds and leaving the streets eerily silent. Fixated on the phone moments ago, neither had noticed the vehicle's approach until it was dangerously close. Panic gripped them as they tried to move, but the car was too fast. Charlie froze, her small frame trembling, her fingers clutching the edges of her pink sweater. Jaden's heart sank as he saw the terror in her eyes. Her legs barely moved, as though fear had rooted her to the spot. Without hesitation, Jaden lunged towards her, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling them both out of the harm's way just in time. "Fuck!" The car roared past, narrowly missing them, but the force of the movement caused Jaden to lose his footing. He fell hard onto the icy ground, his back scraping against something sharp. A searing pain shot through him as he hit the ground. Blood quickly seeped through his jacket, pooling beneath him. "Yes! Okay, someone does die." Well, he cried out in agony. Charlie, still trembling, turned to see him lying there, writhing in pain. "Jaden!" she screamed, dropping to her knees beside him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she saw the blood staining his back. Trying to steady her shaking hands, she cradled his head and fumbled for her phone. Within moments, she had called an ambulance. The paramedics arrived quickly, lifting Jaden carefully onto a stretcher. Charlie sat beside him in the ambulance, her eyes never leaving his pale face. At the hospital, the doctor's expression was serious as he explained the situation. "Jaden has suffered a fractured pelvic bone on one side with a crack on the other. It's a significant injury, but recovery is possible. However, it will require at least a year of complete rest and careful care. No pressure can be put on the bone at all. This means he'll need help with everything, from meals to mobility." Throughout the recovery process, Charlie listened intently, her heart heavy with worry. She glanced at Jaden lying in the hospital bed, his face etched with pain, but as their eyes met, she mustered a small, reassuring smile. She reached out and held his hand tightly, silently vowing to be by his side through every step of the long road ahead. Charlie listened intently as the doctor outlined Jaden's condition. Though the prognosis was daunting, months of inability, careful treatment, and constant care, her resolve was unwavering. With a deep breath, she declared, "I'll do anything for him. Jaden is my future husband, and I'll ensure he gets everything he needs. I'll take care of him day and night, and a nurse will only be necessary for administering medicine or treatments." Her declaration echoed down the hallway, catching the attention of Jaden's father, Mr. Droit, who had just arrived at the hospital. Hearing her words, he approached with measured steps, gently patting her hair. He asked, "Are you okay, my daughter?" "Yes, father, I'm safe," Charlie replied softly, her voice laced with determination. He hesitated before continuing. "Do you understand what you're deciding? And have you spoken to your parents about this?" Charlie nodded confidently. "Yes, I've told them about Jaden, his kindness, his talent, and the way he's changed my life. I've already decided that if I marry anyone, it will be Jaden." To reassure him, his future, she called her mother. Further, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, we need to put a tard in the chat for me. I'm a fucking retard. I can't read. My daughter. "Yes, father. Is that how people talk?" "No, that's terrible fucking dialogue." Further. Where's further? Further. To reassure him further, she called her mother. When Miss Talum answered, her sharp tone reflected her worry. Where are you, Charlie? It's so late. And you're not home, Charlie. Recounted the entire incident, Jaden's injury, her resolve to take care of him, and her decision to stay by his side. Her mother's voice softened after hearing her daughter was safe. If this is what you've chosen, then so be it, she said, turning. There's no conflict here. Turning to Mr. DeRoy through the phone's loudspeakers, she added, we trust you to make decisions for them. Charlie is your daughter now, too now. Okay. With their parents' blessing, Charlie stayed at Jaden's home that night, cared for by the maids who ensured she was well fed and comfortable before resting. Mr. DeRoy shared stories of Jaden's childhood. He explained the tragedy that had shaped their lives, how Jaden's mother and older sister had died in a car accident when he was only 5. For years, he was terrified of cars, Mr. DeRoy said. It wasn't until he was 13 that he could even approach one. He described how the family business, centered on vehicles and auto parts, left Jaden isolated and lonely, especially in middle school, where his wealth set him apart. But when you entered his life, Charlie, Mr. Wright said with a faint smile, you brought back his smile. You gave him courage, and I believe you can help him recover now. The next morning, Charlie arrived at the hospital with homemade food, carefully prepared to aid Jaden's recovery, rich in calcium and other nutrients. She fed him, bathed him, and changed his clothes, all while chatting lightly to lift his spirits. As Jaden drifted off to sleep, she stayed by his side, silently promising to see him through this. When evening came, Jaden's bandmates visited, visibly shaken by the accident and uncertain about the future. The absence of their lead singer left a void that they didn't know how to fill. Seeing their distress, Charlie stepped forward. If you're willing, I'd like to try singing in Jaden's place, she offered. At first, they were hesitant, but one member encouraged her. Why not give it a shot, he said, determined. Charlie balanced her time between caring for Jaden during the day and rehearsing with the band at night. Despite her lack of experience, she quickly picked up the art of singing, driven by her desire to honor Jaden's dedication. By Christmas, the band delivered a spectacular performance with Charity as the lead singer, her voice filled with raw emotion and strength. The audience was captivated, and Jaden, watching from a live stream in his hospital bed, was overcome with pride and gratitude. For the next year, Charlie's unwavering care and support became the cornerstone of Jaden's recovery. She ensured he attended his therapy sessions, took him on gentle walks, and even wheeled him outside for fresh air. Slowly but surely, Jaden healed. On the anniversary of the accident, Jaden finally stood on his feet again. The couple, now attending college together to pursue music degrees, celebrated their engagement that same year. At the ceremony, Jaden performed a heartfelt song he had written titled The Eternal Thread. The Eternal Thread, verse 1. I was a shadow in the endless night, lost in silence, searching for light. Then you walked in, a spark so bright, stitching my broken heart, making it right. You held me close when I fell apart, wove your love through every scar. Through the pain, through the dread, you become my eternal thread. You're the thread that binds my soul, the hand that lifts, the heart that holds. Through the storm, you never fled. You are my light, my eternal thread. When the road was rough and I couldn't stand, you gave me strength, held my hand. In your eyes, I found my song. With your love, I finally belong. Through the cold and endless fight, you stayed with me in guiding light. In your warmth, I found my stead. You are my eternal thread. You're the thread that binds my soul, the hand that lifts, the heart that holds. Through the storm, you never fled. You are my light, my eternal thread. Every note I play, every song I sing is a piece of you in everything. You taught me love, you taught me grace. In your arms, I found my place. Now I stand stronger than before. With you, I've found so much more. Hand in hand, our lives are spread, forever woven the eternal thread. The song left everyone in tears, its heartfelt lyrics perfectly encapsulating Jaden's gratitude and love for Charity. As he sang, Charlie's eyes shimmered with emotion, her smile irradiating pride and affection, tribute to Charlie's love and devotion. Was filled with gratitude for her, his father, and her parents. The emotional performance was recorded and shared online, quickly gaining popularity. The video symbolized not just their love, but the power of resilience and self-care. From that moment on, Jaden and Charity became a shining example of a bond unbroken by hardship, their love story inspiring everyone who heard it. See, the story's meh, dialogue is shit, but holy fuck, that song was fucking prime. Ignore absolutely everything else. Just have that song. Fucking beautiful. It says everything.
Ice Charlie is now following. Thank you for following Ice Charlie. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Hi, sweetie. Hatred was just telling me he used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
Thank you for the follow, Starly. Welcome to the stream, my good friend. How are you? What are you up to? Do you enjoy writing and reading? Are you a writer? Feel free to also join the Discord, and if you are a writer, drop anything in there if you want me to read it. That was a really long story for, like, it was worth it, but it should just be the song. I'm going to update it, but I'm going to say, I think the song lyrics say it all without the backstory. I think that's fine. Wait, what? Oh, wait, yeah, no, that's right. Wait, I can't even comment? Okay, then. Fuck Reddit. I'm banned from short stories because they thought that my short stories were AI, even though they banned the short stories that weren't AI, and my short stories that are AI are still up to this day, which is so fucking retardedly stupid. I love it. It's so fucking stupid. Wait, what is this? Those brand new to the feature and those returning from us. Okay, I don't know what that is. That's not a story. This is a story. Routine maintenance. The Gas and Go had never been a peaceful place, even in the quietest. Even at its quietest, there was always a hum of something beneath the surface. The flickering lights, the machine struggling to live, the constant background radiation of wrongness. Tonight the store was quiet, but not in the usual way. Not like a pause before something happened, more like something had already changed. Tina noticed it first. Not the lights, not the air, not the way the coffee machine had brewed without its usual sputtering death rattle. It was the raccoon, Todd. Or rather, the absence of Todd. He was always somewhere, perched on the register, rifling through candy, lurking in the shadows like some tiny sentient omen of chaos. But not tonight. Tina scanned the aisles, no sign of him. She frowned. Where's... Then the door opened, and 3 men walked in. The men moved in a way that didn't seem to take up space, not in a supernatural way. Nothing about them flickered or glitched or bent reality. They just existed too cleanly. Their gray coveralls were spotless. Their boots made no sound against the tile. They carried clipboards, tool bags, and nothing resembling humanity. They didn't acknowledge Barry. They didn't acknowledge Tina. They simply began. One adjusting a shelf that had never been misangled. Another measured a width of an aisle. The third ran a hand along the counter, fingers pressing against the surface as if checking if something beneath the laminate. He clipped his pen, made a note. Barry watched, smiling, but not in the way that was meant to be amused, in the way that meant he was calculating. One of the workers adjusted a security camera, not fixing it, not testing it, just turning it slightly, centering the angles, eliminating the store's natural blind spots. Another painted over a scuff on the wall. Tina stared. She was almost certain that hadn't been there before, and yet it had been covered. What exactly are you fixing? She asked. The worker paused. Then, too evenly unsaid, routine maintenance. Tina crossed her arms. Yeah, routine for who? The worker clicked his pen. Did not respond, did not look at her, just walked away. Barry's fingers drummed against the counter. 1, 2, 3. Tina's unease had been growing, not because of the workers. She hated them, sure, but she could not hate a lot of things at once. But because Todd was still missing. She scanned the aisles again, nothing. Not on the shelves, not under the counter, not even his usual lurking spots. She turned to Barry. Where's Todd? Barry didn't answer, which meant he had already noticed, which meant it was intentional. Tina swallowed. Todd wasn't just missing. Todd was avoiding them. One of the workers pulled out a clipboard. Barry's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward, and in a voice too calm said, "What's next on your list?" The worker hesitated a fraction of a second too long. Then, in a voice that didn't quite belong to him, he muttered, "Staff updates pending." Tina's breath caught, and the air around them shifted, like pressure had been added, not enough to be oppressive, but enough to be noticed. Barry's fingers tapped against the counter, and for a split second, the store glitched. A flicker, a breath. The worker's pupils dilated, then stiffly. He turned and walked away. Barry watched him go, and smiled. The workers finished their corrections. They packed up their tools. One, without a word, walked to the glass door, took out a sticker, pressed it neatly onto the side of the glass. Tina squinted. She stepped forward, read it, 3 words, under new management. Barry's hand brushed over the lettering. The moment he touched it, the store flickered. Not the lights, everything. Just for a second, the gas and go adjusted, like something underneath had moved, like the store itself was breathing differently. Barry's fingers curled slightly. Tina watched him carefully. Barry? Barry did not answer. His smile had disappeared completely. The moment the workers were gone, the aisles shifted back. The coffee machine sputtered once. The neon sign outside flickered. The hum of the coolers fell silently out of sync. The store had been holding its breath. And now it wasn't. Barry ran his fingers over the sticker again. It did not peel. It did not budge. Tina stepped up beside him. So what the hell does this mean? Barry took a slow sip of coffee and finally he said, "It means they aren't done." Tina scanned the aisles one last time. Still no Todd. Still no sign of him. And somehow that bothered her more than the workers ever did, because Todd wasn't just gone. He had chosen not to be seen. And if Todd, who had stolen, fought, and defied the fabric of reality itself, had decided to stay hidden, then whatever just happened was bigger than Barry. Tina tightened her grip on her coffee cup. "I need to find a new job." Barry, still watching the door, murmured. "So do they." The store hummed, and the clock ticked forward. I like it. It's like kind of mysterious. It's kind of out of nowhere. It feels like the Adjustment Bureau. I like it. All right. Now, for the main point. So we have the story. Come on. And our plot outline. Story is called The Stage. Okay, so let's go through the plot. Fashion show on. What did you think of the Jaden story? Like, I don't think the song was so much better than the entire story. I felt the story just shouldn't have existed. It should have just been the song. The song was fucking beautiful. It said absolutely everything that needed to be said. It was super poetic. The backstory was just fucking filler. But I'm glad I read it because of the song. Fashion show on a dark, dreary stage. Some dark club or establishment. Sure, 2014. I guess we'll call her Kelsey. The main event of the show. show goes in stages from high society fashion to I'm just thinking like the scale, so it'd be like literally like royalty, so like from royalty to high society to what's like a step below that? It's like above average, but so it's like you're not quite in the middle class, but you're like the bottom of the upper class. Royalty to high society. Fashion to... Upper middle class to lower middle class fashion to I don't really want to say street urchin, but it's basically street urchin. To like servant fashion. So it's like the stages of like society represented in fashion. So it's like, you know, like you've got this extravagant, amazing, outstanding, ridiculous, fucking beautifully colored fucking dress to wearing like flip-flops and a mini skirt with a tube top. Okay, so the first goal is to introduce how do we do this? Like the essence of wanting to be picked. So wanting to win first place. Conflict. The pressure of a perfect performance. Disaster. What is the disaster at the very beginning? The disaster is competition. Reaction. Step up game. And this leads into the main point of how, like, the dilemma is how to perform the trick without revealing its secret. Encompass a dance routine. For the second round. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe my thought for the beginning of the sentence was wrong, but you're right. It's just perform. The decision is to perform a dance routine to kind of hide exactly what she's doing, so it doesn't like reveal too much about it. It doesn't matter. It's too specific. And then this goes back again into the scene. So then there's the next scene, which would be the goal is to I don't think you can add the dance routine yet. I think we save that for later, because that should be like the final thing, because that's the final thing that happens. That's like the secret plan to win it all. Like that's the strategy essentially. Your action is to step up game. The dilemma is let's say who in the crowd to impress. Decision. The upper balcony. Fucking can't spell. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. The upper balcony. Goal. Impress men in fine clothing. Conflict. Being too direct will cause complications. Disaster. Something like stared too long at one. The reaction is focus on the strut, not the stud. Dilemma. Is how to, because this is the third one. Well, I guess, yeah, we go slutty or sublime. Chooses sublime. Wait. This would be upper middle? No, maybe. This would be like, you know, like a nice kind of like suit with like a long skirt with like high heels, maybe a dress, but not like super fancy, like almost like a work indicative, but not like a suit pants. Dilemma. I guess, making turns on a dime in high heels. decision. Add acrobatics to the routine and show stability and balance. Okay, I think that works. The next one is like lower middle class or like normal middle class. So we're talking like maybe this one's suit pants. Okay, so this is royalty. This one is high/rich society. So this one is upper middle class. So this is more of like suit pants with like, so like maybe this one's boots. Knee-high boots. Cause these ones, this one's like, you know, extravagant, but this one's like showy. Like this is like look how like out of place I can make myself almost. You know, like in the fashion industry, you can definitely get that kind of vibe, I think, of pressing like the uniqueness aspect, whereas the royalty aspect is more like grounded and centered. It's like you know exactly kind of what you're going for when you go for royalty. It's like everything's the same, everything's structured, everything has a purpose. It may be extravagant, but it's for a like presentation reason, whereas high society fashion is like, I'm rich enough to not give a fuck what I wear, so I just wear crazy shit. And then upper middle class is like a really nice dress and high heels. Something crazy. And structured elegance. I think that's the best way to say that. For the upper middle class, the goal is because like as you're moving down like the tiers, it's like you're trying to appease different people in the crowd, essentially, to get different people's votes for like different fashion concepts, essentially. So it's like you're gonna do different things based upon the demographic of what that class structure is, essentially. That's kind of the idea behind it. Goal. So like through this is kind of structuring like the stages of people in the room. Like the people on the high balcony are like the royalty, they're wearing like, you know, that kind of stuff. Then you know, people that are just like on what I'd say would be the like not bleachers. That's not the right word, but it's like they're not on the balcony, but they're on like a raised platform, like in the back, essentially. It's like underneath the balcony, but it's the high point before like the normal people. And then you have like the normal people, yeah, something like that. And then you'd have like the normal like people in like a movie theater kind of idea, or like an auditorium idea, right? And then you'd have like the empty space before the stage, where you have like the low class people that are like basically right next to the stage, and it's like they're just the low class like citizens kind of idea. So it's like the first time that she goes out on stage, it's going to give like a description of like how the room is set up. That's why I wanted to do the idea of exposition, because the only real exposition is setting the tone for the different ways that she looks at and acts towards the different people in the sections in the crowd. Stand. That's why she does like the acrobatic move for like high society. So maybe we should change that here. So we'll take this and we'll drop it there, and we'll take this and we'll throw it there. High boots. Add acrobatics to the routine, because this is the aftermath. This is the reacting to what already happened, because someone outperformed her when she was thinking she was the best performer, essentially. And then she does like a cartwheel or a backflip or a back handstand or something, you know, something riveting to get the people's attention, to be like, look at me, I can leave the norm of what you would expect at a fashion show, essentially, at this class. And then goes to no, get rid of this one. So get rid of that. And that, actually, because that's for the upper part here. So the dilemma. Well, this entire thing can be... Yeah, because this is in high society. Cause qualifications. Maybe that will work, actually. Just rethinking it in my head. Who in the crowd to impress? Who stands in the back? And this is like the upper middle class. So it's a nice dress, high heels, and the goal is to be more like professional, like sturdy, professional, dignified, and purposeful. Conflict is... I'm wondering if I should use this one yet. Inner... Because this is supposed to be like an inner battle, essentially. So I don't know if I've captured that in this essence here, but I don't know if I need to or not. That's one of the parts of just learning how to structure it using this scene dynamic in order to keep a structure that will maintain a pace, essentially, and have its own identity instead of just being why here, no, there, no, yep, okay. And conflict is like super easy. Like, I don't want it to be like a slip up, but it could be a slip up. So, okay, so conflict here could be like a damaged heel on one shoe. No, this is the disaster. The conflict is interaction with the other performer, other model, the one that's like outshining her essentially, and they're having this like glare off in the background, and then, you know, she like, the other girl like smirks at her, and then she goes out on stage and then notices that like one of the heels on her shoe is damaged, and it's like between each of these things, like they're changing their clothes, right? So she suspects that the other girl sabotaged one of her shoes, essentially. Reaction is almost, slips up, turns it into an almost natural move. Something where you like kind of go down like that, but you do like a swirl. So she's like about to fall over, and she like puts her hands up like that and does like, you know, like an acrobatic swirl move, and then lands back on the ground, and then just gracefully starts walking again. Just this kind of small, almost unnoticeable limp, because she's not putting pressure on the heel of the shoe. She's just on her toe. So she's literally like on her like big toe and other toe, just like trying to hold herself together as she's walking across the runway. To sabotage the other girl, or to prove she... Stop saying toe, bro. I'm bricked up. Toe connoisseur. I love that. I wasn't even thinking about it. Wasn't even thinking about the words that were coming out of my mouth. I was like, what do you mean toe? And I was like, wait, I'm talking about... Jesus Christ, I'm talking about toes. Fuck me. Just wait. Toe, have you been in the stream before? Do you have an idea of the kind of twist this story will have? Or are you like 100% in the dark? Cause I'm just fooling. I ain't bricked up, don't worry. Oh, I'll brick you up. I think I changed it to this. One of those doesn't get you, another one will. Decision. Prove she is better because sabotage is dangerous. And then we have like lower middle class, which is like dress suit with I'm in the dark regarding the twist. Perfect. Hopefully I will be able to build enough of an atmosphere with the language that I use when I'm writing for you to pick up at least the direction that I'm heading with it. Dress suit with flat tops? I don't know what the fuck they're called, but they're like the nice dress shoes that don't have a heel. Nice dress shoes, no heel. Scene again. So the goal for the lower middle class is okay, so she has I know approximately nothing about women's footwear. I know a little bit, but not a lot. Like, I only have like 2 pairs of heels. Free gem cutting, Levi Robinson. Whisper me for it. Free gem cutting. Give me your gems, I'll cut them for free, guys. Oh, the RuneScape memes. The RuneScape memes. What is something that like the lower middle class relates to? Like as a social structure. Like we've got the royalty is adhering to like structured elegance. We've got high society is like out of terms in craziness. The upper middle class is again just about like presentation, dignity, and like professionalism. So it's like the lower middle class is more like, I want to say like more realistic in their approach. Yeah, because most of the stuff up until the lower middle class is like celebrity bullshit, right? But once you get to like the lower middle class, a sense of like I want to say like camaraderie and stuff like that, like a sense of belonging to give people sense she belongs. Because the lower middle class wants you to be part of their class, because otherwise you're the bullshit celebrities, right? Or you're the dirt on the street. So, like, what kind of technique could you use? Oh! I'm wondering if she should do, like a kneel or something like that. But then I'm like, that goes back to royalty. That seems a little weird. I was thinking that, like a curtsy, but I'm like, is that too royalty, or is that just like... I feel like that would almost be off-putting. Like, that'd be patronizing, wouldn't it? Not... Yeah, like a head nod or something like that. Like, walks over and is just like... And takes like 10 seconds to kind of give almost each individual person a head nod. To be like, I see you. I'm not above you. I'm one of you. I'm here. I'm watching. What do you think about that? Yeah, see? See? Boom. It's all about put yourself in the headspace and try to think of how would that make you feel about it, right? And that's the vibe we want to give across here. So the conflict is the amount of delay to spend sending a nod to the audience. Disaster. I got bronchitis.
I got bronchitis.
I got bronchitis. Damn, that sucks. Bronchitis is brutal. Disaster is... I don't, by the way. I was just testing it. Oh, okay.
Oof ow, my bronchools. Fuck you toe less than 4.
Welcome to the
Me
club.
for gem cutting.
Okay, so her disaster is that she didn't pace herself well enough. So it's like she gets like a quarter of the way through the room and realizes that no, this is going to take way too long, and then has to rush to like do the rest. So it's like she almost like she gets half the room, but she also...
Maybe the real lessons of Vivek were the friends we made along the way.
I mean, that's very true, right? I mean, if we're both listening to the same sermon, we're going to the same church, we believe in the same thing, why the hell are we not going to be friends? I think religion is a great way to make friends. Just don't be fanatic. I think that's pretty simple. My biggest problem with religion, though, is faith. I have faith in science. I have faith in myself. I don't have faith in... Like, I have faith in consciousness and the understanding of consciousness. I mean, the tribunal is pretty important to the story of the 36 lessons. Same for the Nerevar. Yeah. That's what I love about the Elder Scrolls. They just do such a good job with lore. It's like you get to go in and find all the Easter eggs and all the empty, you know... You get to empty out the canisters and gobble everything up. So disaster is incorrectly paced nods to the point of rushing and losing slight composure. Reaction. At first disappointed in self for not being better, and then realizing maybe the idea of making a small-ish mistake would actually win brownie points. Because no one is perfect. Alright, we're getting to the end. There's only 2 more. The dilemma. This is where it's slutty or sublime. And the decision is slutty. And we're going to servant class. Short shorts to top. Basically like nothing. Just your everyday, chill out, normal person wear. But you're a model, right? So it's like, there's a very specific thing that you're going to wear. To entice and with sexuality, conflict, self-image, disaster, I'm thinking something like going too far. And then that's what brings to the last one where it's like, well, I've already gone too far, so we might as well just fucking go all the way. Something like maybe making eye contact with someone. Like making eye contact with the wrong person. Like maybe she looks into one of the other stages, or maybe she looks down from, like, because there's still another layer, right? These are the people sitting in the lower areas, not quite the aisles, but it's like basically lining the aisles before the actual aisles, or like the empty space in front of the stage where it's like the drivel is for the last scene. Reaction. The wrong audience? What if she said the wrong thing instead, like didn't use a proper title? I don't really want there to be any dialogue. Like, it's just a fashion show. Like, she's just walking out, strutting her stuff and walking back. It's more of like trying to get the essence of almost like a degradation over time as things get, you know, from I'd say, I guess, prudy to blatantly fucking hoey. I don't know about this one. Okay, the disaster is she realizes she has no choice. Reaction, go all the way. Dilemma, how to... Yeah, okay, and then how to perform the trick. Okay, boom, there we go. And we'll come back to it. That is the most of an outline we've ever done. That's insane. That outline is insane for each scene to figure out, like, where each thing comes out just on a story structure basis. And now we gotta actually, like, put that into a full structure here. So, intro. And this is where I'm wondering, maybe I don't even have the first royalty one. Maybe the first scene is her initiating something. Riemann. Welcome, welcome. I don't know what that says, but welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? Here, I'll throw one up for you. There you go, bro. Have fun. Enjoy. How old am I? I am 33 years old, bro. I'm a fucking... That's me. Do you not know? Do you not know? I love you. Here we go. I try. Welcome to the stream, boys. Oh, good times. Good times. Okay, no, I'm brick. I love you so much. Ryman, do you love me enough to subscribe to the channel? You love me? I don't know, it depends if you subscribe to the channel or not. You know? That's just how it goes. I subscribe just waiting for payday. Okay, I figured you were Arab because of the language. I know those symbols are Arabic. I just don't know what specific language, or if you guys all use the same alphabet, but the language is just separate. Like how multiple languages use the Roman... I know you are from Wit. What's Wit? I'd really appreciate it if you subscribe, though. Since you can subscribe on Kick. Oh, from? Country? Canada. I'm from Canada. Yup. And you know what? Why don't we have any music going on in the background? What am I? I am
Bismillah,
fucking
may
high.
Allah bless us with more pink bra atak mashallah.
Arabic is a language, but there's a massive amount of difference between dialects. Do you want me to teach you everything? Oh, you can teach me absolutely everything. Yes, rhyme. You can teach me everything. Just subscribe for pics, so it can be hard for a Moroccan Arabic speaker to
God willing,
understand
we
an
shall have more
Egyptian
pink
Arabic.
bra atak inshallah.
But on one condition. You level up to level 1, Rim. Okay, what's the condition, bro? What are we giving up here? What are we going over? What are we going down? What's the plan, brewskis? What's the up and down, my friend? How is it formulated? Where is the connection? Who is the what by which whom does how? I want PUBG points. Give me a yes.
Allah will deliver pink bra atak, praise be upon him.
I mean, you can go back and watch the stream. That's what I love about YouTube. All of my shit's there. Don't have to worry about my VODs getting deleted. Just instantly. Boom, up, easy, good to go. I don't understand. Give me PUBG UC, please say yes. I don't know what, I know what PUBG is. I don't know what UC is. Sure? You know? I need to go grab some water, though, before we write this, the outline of the actual story itself. E-beggar moment. I mean, I did ask him to you play PUBG, say yes, or you don't play, say no. No, I've never played PUBG ever. I've never even actually seen gameplay of PUBG. I just know PUBG is like a battle royale, like shooter game.
Trudeau will make Canada a caliphate, inshallah.
Trudeau could suck my fucking dick. I voted for him to legalize weed. I got what I wanted, but I lost so much more. The sacrifices we made. I'll be right back.
Trudeau will make India great again, inshallah. I am waiting for you. I will not love you. I mean, okay, sure. Sure, bud. Okay, I want $10. Give it to me. Well, I want you to subscribe. So subscribe first, and then I'll give you the money. Because, I'll tell you why. Because if you subscribe and I don't give you the money, then that's a black mark on me for telling people to subscribe. But if I just give you the money and you don't subscribe, there's no consequence for you. So logically, you should give me the subscription because it's in my best interest to give you that money, because then it shows that there is an equivalent exchange, and when you subscribe, I give you what you want once you subscribe. Does that make sense? It's all about accountability. Trudeau make India great again, do not redeem.
It's gonna make Canada great again for natives, but that's about it. Give them all their land back. Okay, sir, then give up all of your houses and all of your name to the natives. And he's like, oh no, I'm not doing that. Oh, but you want us to. Oh, okay, that's understandable. And look, I'm actually a huge supporter of Indo-Canadians. I love Indian people. They're amazing. For some, it is a little bit of a language barrier, but I've grown up around the brown. Trudeau make Toronto into India. I mean, basically, but I'm from Vancouver originally, so, like, literally half the fucking town is brown. I work with a lot of Indians and they're pretty alright. Yeah, I've never actually had a bad experience. Ah, you're from Eastern Shanghai. Free Hong Kong! Free Hong Kong! Free Tibet! Taiwan's a country! Oh shit, do you hear the helicopters? They're coming for me, boys! They're coming for me! Spread the word! Don't let them take me!
still taking pee breaks. Thought you was gonna quit. I don't get it. Went over my head. Real streamers have a piss bag? I mean, I had to go refill my water. Who said I took a piss? I refilled my water. So how do you know I don't have a piss bag? Or bottle? Refilled it with what? If you ain't bagging, you ain't streaming. I mean, people people definitely take it too far. But I mean, only having 27 piss jars in your room's not that bad, right? I feel like that's not that bad. It could definitely be more. I guess it also depends on like how bad your room is in general, right? This is like, imagine everything outside of like the camera is, you say piss jar, I say forbidden soup. Oh, this isn't the yellow great Gatorade. Oops. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. So the intro. So we've got... the walking out on stage and, like, showing the different layers and, like, the people and, like, the atmosphere and just the general vibes. This is the initial scene setup for the atmosphere and, like, for the character themselves, like, how they feel about the situation. So, for the intro, we have... Kelsey going out on stage, the bright flashing lights blinding her at first, but her structured steps, glass harp, but it's piss jars instead of wine glasses. Oh my god. You need to write a story, Toe. You definitely need to write a short story about that. That'd be fucking hilarious. Like a connoisseur. Just like taking you through his like collection. Remembering each time and the event that caused it and why it's so special. He's got sample jars so you can test it. Oh my god. Limited amount, of course. Steps. Carry. You book a wine tour in a remote French chateau, but it's actually some insane man with bottles of piss. Who would ever, like... Who would ever... Like... Who's gonna call it out? Like, would anyone actually really call it out, or would anyone just say this is really bad wine? Or when people even say, like, this is not that bad, that's the twist. Exactly. I fucking love it. Oh, see, now you're kind of getting an idea. See, you definitely should be getting an idea. Take that complete logic and apply it to this, and, like, where is, like, I'm just gonna say this, where is, like, the darkest, deepest, fucked up place that you can go from something like this? Or you're the only person on the tour that feels weird about it being piss. You're like, this is piss, and they're like, all alcohol is fucking piss, idiot. It's like, you know what it reminds me of? You know what it reminds me of, actually?
Austin, there you are. Has the sample been analyzed?
Cool, baby. You look very shagadelic. Yeah. But do we really have to be here, Felicity? I mean, it's so boring. I don't believe in science. When it comes to the spy game, to me, it's all instinct.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Basil.
The results are in. We've discovered trace elements of a rare vegetable found only on one island here in the Caribbean.
Whoop-de-doo! What does it all mean, Basil?
It means that this is the location of Dr. Evil's lair.
Smashing, Basil. Cool. This coffee smells like
It is Austin.
Oh, good. Then it's not just me. It's a bit nutty.
But comedy was good. But fucking comedy was good. Oh my fucking god. But yeah. That kind of exact moment. I think of the Dr. Evil therapy scene every day. My dad, because my name is Scotty, right? So, you know, I had made fun of so much for that. It's like, oh my god. Scott! Scott! Made outrageous claims like he invented the question mark. Of course. Of course. It's all making sense. Here. Into the crowd taking stock of the types of... I don't know how to put this, but like separated... or say... at stock of the segregated audience. This is the clash with... Okay, so the next one is just... audience. This is where she curtsies to the royalty. Returns. I was gonna call it the walk. Finishes the walk. to the backstage. Now is there an interaction between them? And this is where you see the other character. And the other character, character smirks at, Kelsey and proceeds to do a, like, you know, like the, and then Kelsey's like, fuck! Fuck, that was way better than my fucking curtsy. Shit! She did better than me. Fuck! So she does, like, inner turmoil here. Proceeds to do a... I don't know what that move is. We'll just call it kissing hand display to royalty. High society. So this would still technically be another section of the rising action. What is the process at the start with the dilemmas? The scene structure? The goal, conflict, disaster, reaction, dilemma, decision is purpose. What is the purpose of what I'm saying? This is to make sure that nothing in the story is filler. That every sentence needs to be there because it advances the story. So this is a guideline to make sure that you are step by step creating the situations that advance the story, and you don't just like jump to the next scene to the next scene to the next scene. That's why I had trouble coming up with certain things, because I'm like, I don't have something that fills this gap that allows the story in order to progress. And even if it's the smallest thing, like a conflict, have fun with the rest of the stream, champ. Interesting. So like the saying, perfection is when you can't remove anything. Exactly. Minimization for win. Alright, Levi, have a great night, good sir. Thanks for tuning in for the stream. I know we're still at 3 hours and 37 minutes, and we haven't even finished the outline, let alone started writing the story yet. So, but it's going to be a long stream today. We're going for maybe 6 hours. We'll see how it goes based upon how long it takes us to write this, as well as how long we want to play Monster Hunter for. But yeah, so this structure is for purpose. And this is for story pacing of where to place things. Like, the introduction sets the scene. The rising action sets the, like, characters' moods and, like, who's, like, the antagonist. Do you ever feel guilty gaming? I always think I could be doing shit like writing or reading. Well, please, music, Posey, Senta. Peo Valley, welcome to the stream. How's it going? I don't know what, I'm pretty sure that's the word music, but I don't know what, like, anything else there is. Sorry, bud. I'll throw you you're Turkish? Okay, I'll throw you a goon and a dance. You speak Turkish. Cool. And then I'll throw a backflip on top of it. Just in case. Oh, I also just cuz it's funny as fuck. You don't speak English? Well, this is an English stream, so that's unfortunate. I mean, you're welcome to chill and learn something. We are writing. So, yeah, English is kind of important. This is not a visual demonstration. This is a linguistic situation. Net daddy guinea English motherfucker, do you speak it? I only speak enough English to tell people that I don't speak any English. Abby. A B B B B B B B Muzuk. Suck Usa Isto Erlod Info Ray Uot Israelium Fertansur Oof da
Sucker Godden Saggy Sack. Suck USSA Isto or Lob Infil Raywid Isorelium Ferdan Shirik Oof Tatter Tak Surfer Ilisham.
There we go. That's my language.
Abby Abone Oldham.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Sucker Godden Saggy Sack Long Live Ataturk.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I don't know if I said this, but like the playing video games, no, I don't feel guilty because you need to wind down and you need to like let your mind just chill. So like playing video games at the end of the stream or just like going hard on a video game for an entire stream, like if I don't have any creativity, I don't have any creativity. I don't push it. It is what it is. It's either there or it's not. And if I can't come up with a good idea, it's like whether I get more viewers because the category is smaller or I play a game, it doesn't really matter. It's like, what do I want to do in that moment? I only really do what I want to do. I really like writing and have great, I think, I've been told, let's say, I have good ideas and I know like directions to take things. That's fair. I try games and I just get too much guilt, like I should read an unchallenging book at least. Well, I mean, like entertainment is a very important part of like winding down. Plus, you can learn things. Like, I can learn like that. You can have mediocre things in the book that don't really matter that much, like in a game, like in Monster Hunter. No one gives a fuck about the story in Monster Hunter. You want to hunt monsters in a Monster Hunter game, but Wilds adds the story, and it's like, holy shit. It can add an element to it, even though the dialogue is kind of basic, and the story itself is super basic, but it still gives you something to work with on top of that fantasticness of a hunt itself. And I think Wilds really nailed that with giving you the opportunity to engorge yourself in the world itself, whereas Monster Hunter generally doesn't have that kind of aspect to it. It's, here's monster, hunt monster, kill monster, fucked up ecosystem, go kill another monster, okay, go kill another monster, yeah, and they just keep doing that. And there's no, like, real reason until it's like, oh, well, this is an Elder Dragon that eats everything kind of idea. Damn, bro, you insightful as fuck. As frick. I try to look at things from every angle and pick out the chafe and be like, okay, well, this doesn't need to be there, this doesn't need to be there, this is the big picture around it. And that's why it's like, I try to do that with everything, but I'm not good at it, necessarily. And that's why it's like, just the other day, we figured this out for the scene construction, for like, figuring out whether something is progressing the book, or if it's a filler that could be used in a different way. Like, it's like the way that something is presented can be filler, such as a lore dump, or you could have an interaction between two characters that allows you to not only show the the friendship or like relationship that the characters have, the individual perspectives that each of the characters have towards the knowledge that you're giving. Like if it's like you're trying to like a Greek and a Roman trying to tell each other about their gods, and or like maybe an Egyptian and a Roman, or Egyptian and a Greek telling about their gods and their origin stories and something like that. And it's like, how can you, instead of just saying these are the origin stories of, you know, Zeus and Olympus, and these are the origin stories of like Ra and Anubis, you can have the characters have like a debate over which one they think is more plausible to be facing towards reality. And that gives you introspection for each of the characters, their relationship, the lore and story itself, and then it doesn't feel like you just spat out a bunch of like a lecture. You actually engaged with the material. And it's like, it's very easy for me to have this idea in my head towards it, but like listening and watching guides on things to actually be able to structure what I am putting in my head into its own category. And like we were doing earlier with the React videos, it's like I can take what is being said, apply it to my book, find a place in my book that I used it, and then figure out the reason why I used it. And the great example would be Zayd's death, right? It's like, I just wanted it to be an emotional connection, and it turned out being a very important plot point. But it doesn't always have to start that way, and there's always the point of, I didn't even know if I was going to put it in the book or not. Same with, like, I don't know if I'm going to put the death of the Beastman in the second chapter yet. It's just, it's an idea, it's a direction, and it gives me, like, the unrest that I need to show people. But it may be just too in-your-face and abrupt. But, I don't know. No, subscriptions on Kick is monies. But don't ever feel like you have to subscribe or anything. Just, you hanging out in the stream is support enough for me. That's all I need. I just do this to keep myself accountable and to keep my writing skills up and to explore other people's perspectives towards coming up with ideas, expanding ideas, creating ideas. Like what we're going to do before the stream is last night we were raided by a guy named Hellish Mist. And he's writing a book with his community. And I wanted to go in there and add like a religious crusade about cooking being of the devil. And anyone that uses fire or cooks is like evil. And see how he can weave it into the story. Just like maybe it's just a small fanatical cult or something like that. I would bits you on here. I'll save them for when you are affiliate. Yeah, man, sounds like a plan. I really appreciate the idea that you would like to support me. That means that because every day I try to do something different to improve the stream, whether it be something with the overlay, something with the chat, adding new emotes, adding new chat commands, getting more things in the background, getting a better structure, like the delivery of exposition as opposed to just scene creation for like descriptions of what's going on. And yeah, just in general, like anything I can think of that I'm like, what would make me engage if I was, because I'm a lurker. I don't engage in most chats. Like, I barely even log into Twitch. Like, I don't have Twitch logged in on my other PC. Like, I just don't I just fucking watch Asmongold. That's literally all I do. Unless I'm, like, hanging out with the writing community at, like, the beginning of the stream. So having a functional economy to work with and work off of. Like, for instance, if you notice, Levi's streams a lot, like, his layout is a lot like mine, because he thought my layout was good enough to copy. That's a compliment. When someone else sees your stuff and says, that's so good, I want to steal it. That's some good shit right there. And that's, like, the direction I've been wanting to go. Like, if you look at the evolution of the background behind me, the stream layout, the, like, the content on the stream, the side content, like the clips channel and the stories channel, it's like, we are building, the Discord, we're building an economy. We're building a community. And I wondered if he copied you. You really don't mind? No, I think it's I think it's a fucking compliment that he copied me, because you think this is original? I copied, like, my camera position, I copied Asmongold, and the background idea, I just, like, I was like, well, what do I want to have on screen? I'm like, well, I want to have the chat, and I want to have the chat above me. I'm like, okay, well, I need something above me. And I'm like, well, I want people to know what I'm doing on the stream, because before, the old layout was like this, and I had the, like, current stream topic was, like, up here at the top, and then I just, like, have this on the screen here. And then eventually we're like, well, let's do an actual overlay. Let's change this up. Let's add the full screen. Because my problem is I'm working with a TV as my main monitor. So, like, reading something from left to right, especially in Notepad on the entire screen, is, like, going like this. And it's so bad on my neck, whereas just halfway down the middle, I can just read like that. So that's why the screen is kind of structured the way it is. Plus, it gives me, like, this is a visual representation. Whoops. Of, fuck, where did it go? Of the outline of the story. So I have a direct reference beside me of where I'm writing in the story, so I don't get lost. But one of the big things I've noticed with the writing community is people don't like to show their work because they think their ideas are going to be stolen. It's like every story has already been written, but your story hasn't. So, no matter what it is, just do it, because there's already something of it, but it's not in the unique perspective that you're going to have on it, along with your writing style. It's like, there are 1,000 different ways to write the same story, and they're all just as great as the last. They just hold different value to different people in a different way. So, I always think that, like, people overestimate, like, the idea of, like, plagiarism and stuff like that, where it just gets to a point of it's, like, fanaticism, because, like, and that's why I like to use AI, too, because I'm a fucking troll, and people are like, rah, 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 and I'm like, man, if you're not willing to use the tools that are available to you, like, this scene setup and this scene structure is just as valid a tool as AI, which is just as valid a tool as intro, rising action, climax, falling action, conclusion. Like, the outline is structured in a way that gives meaning to what you're trying to say, essentially, and what you're trying to get across to your reader. And for me, because I write short stories and I'm trying to write a novel, I do not have consistency in my writing. And AI is extremely consistent. So I'm using AI specifically to tweak the way that I do presentation in order to keep things on an even level, instead of going all esoteric, abstract, and all over the place, which you'll probably get an idea of once we start writing this. And I'm still thinking, like, how this interaction goes. So it's got to be like a smirk. So like a smirk from her rival saying, "It's over, I won." Okay, is this the climax yet? Because the climax would be... the upper middle class. So we still have high society. So this will still be part of the rising action. So... high society fashion. Kelsey does a cartwheel and a backflip into a... No, we'll have to say that later. Cartwheel into a backhand. What do you call it? It's like not the backflip, but the one with the hands. Is it a backhand? It's not like a handstand. I was just say backhand flip. I fucking don't know. Into a backflip. Gotta walk the dog. I'll hit you up later. GG's and good luck with the story. Yeah, man. Sounds good. Have a good night, good sir. Take care. Have fun with the walk. High society fashion. Kelsey does a cartwheel into a backflip. Backhand flip into a backflip. Striking her left boot heel into the crowd, causing the riff-raff on the stage floor to weave out of the way. And this is like for high society celebrity things to be like, these are the dogs at our feet, get the fuck out of our way. And this is like her attempt of like getting back at the kissing on top of doing the acrobatics. I thought adding in that extra little like, get the fuck out of here, I'm better than you, meaning like totally across. Stage floor to weave out of the way. She looked down on them, then up to the stands and winked and turned back to finish her walk. Okay, and the climax is like the conflict of the damaged heel and her interaction with the other model. The other model what kind of like facial expression is she gonna do? trust Kelsey with air of superiority. This is where Kelsey reflects. So she does like the little spin. Kelsey goes on stage because she hits the end of the walkway. Feels snap on her shoes. And almost instinctually bent down and put her arms out at full length. Did I don't know what it is, but you know, it's like you put your hands up and you do like the cartwheel thing, but it's like you're in the air and you're just literally spinning from top to bottom. Did a spun with her body slightly bent, her arms spinning like a blade through the air. Catches herself and walks back with a slight limp as she tries not to press on the heel of her shoe. Okay, so we're getting to her thought to sabotage, and she's just gonna say, I'm gonna outclass her. Not to sabotage. The model decides too risky, so she'll outperform her instead. She engages the audience and takes too long. She rushes the next set. Believes she has. How do you say it's like not fully attracted the audience. Incorrectly placed nods, realizing with the idea. Deciding whether to be slutty about servants. No, we're just gonna say she walks out and struts her sexuality. on this one, right? The idea of small mistakes actually win brownie points. No one's perfect. So you're sublime. Decision slutty. Enticement with sexuality. The final walk. She has her look. Okay, I gotta think of the order of this happening. Because she's gonna be raising her leg to bring it up here. But at some point in time, she has to, like, basically, like, lick her fingers. Because the whole point of this is, like, for the next one, she's... I'm not gonna spoil it, but let's just start at the beginning. She doesn't have shoes on, right? So, she needs some way for her feet to be, like, slick. And be able to perform, like, spinning dance moves. Like, ballerina moves kind of stuff. With, like, no, like, silk shoes on or any feet protection. So she has the idea of, like, wetting her, like, toes with her saliva before she does this. So she does, like, a, you know, kind of like a facial thing, like something like that. Takes her hand, puts it across her face or something, and then, like, licks the tips of her fingers, and then pulls her foot up and goes like that, admonishes on it, and then does her whole dance routine to improve, to, like, you know, super sexual based, obviously. Takes her fingers, flicks them, and brings her leg up, her foot over her head, she grabs her toes with her wet fingers and wets them as she sets her foot down and does the same with the other, but before she puts it down, she begins to spin and pull her knee in, spinning faster, helps her foot across the ground and shakes what she's got as she skips gingerly down the walkway, giggling and spinning every few skips. The judges vote, and the decision is made. Who wins? Twist. Reveal. Alright, I think we got a pretty good setup for it. Like, this is definitely the most detailed structure I have ever used. So let's try and see if we can follow it to a T. So we have to show... Let's just go to the intro. So Kelsey's going on stage, then bright flashing lights blinding her at first. But we have to set up the different pews of the different people standing outside on the stage. Hmm. Oh, I need a toke. I do not like the beginning of this at all. I think it's fucking trash. Fuck. But that's the whole point of exposition, right? So we'll put this just in an exposition pile and be like, fuck it. It is what it is. We might be able to get rid of it. It's too, it feels way too forced. I don't know. Why it's a speed run. It's not supposed to be perfect. It's supposed to show us the flaws that we have so we can improve on them. Okay, so we have the goal, wanting to win in first place. We didn't do that. We just kind of set up like the setting, but we didn't say that like her goal is to win first place. But you'd think that would be the goal, right? So maybe... And, like, maybe it is. Her heart pounded in her chest as she took the steady steps she knew so well. Her mind raced with the possibilities. Had she been too close? Too far? Was it the right person she was gazing towards? Thought filled her with an uneasy feeling as she crossed the threshold of the curtain. That's like, did I do the right thing? So I think that's very, like... pressure of perfect performance, and of course that goes with the goal of being in first place. I'm not going to blatantly say she wants to be in first place. It's like the fact that there is a first place is being presented, and then the competition outperforming, and that's where this other girl does we're just throwing the names in. This is another thing, is like when to use the proper things. I don't know. We'll have to do that. That'll be like tomorrow's stream. We'll be like when to use her, when to use Kelsey, when to use, you know, proper or secondary. That's a good, that's actually a good topic to go over, because that's something, again, when you're writing and you're thinking about these things, you look at certain things in a certain direction, and you can point out, oh, hey, shit, this isn't right. This needs this needs that. Why am I not doing this? Why am I not doing that? So we're continuously poking holes in everything to make sure that our armor is sound, right? You gotta experiment and test it, otherwise you're never gonna know. You don't want to set someone up with something that's basically setting them up for failure. Changing rooms. Servants. Fixing a person with designated high society fashion, since she had come to know with flowers. All colors. Flow gently around her contrast. Her lower half. Here out. Jessica performing the most uncanny outstretched. Get their attention. Okay, so stage. With not a smile, but a plain face. She took several steps is she skipping in this one, or is she not skipping? I can't remember. High society fashion, cartwheel into a back hand flip into a backflip, striking her left boot heel into the crowd, causing a riff-raff on the stage floor to weave out of the way. Down on them, stands and winked, then turned back to finish her walk. This was her chance to shine. She stepped onto the stage with not a smile, but a plain face. She took several steps, and then raised her hand above her head. Put a spring in her next steps, and performed cartwheel into backhand sprint into a backflip without looking at the celebrities. No. Celebrities with her back. Celebrities. She looked down and scoffed loudly at the riffraff around the stage. She walked to the edge of a heavy boot. She swung her foot towards the crowd. The man, shocked and disoriented, pulled back from her strike. She wailed a laugh. She continued the rest of the walk with a sly smirk. Her eyes focused directly on Jessica. Snans winked and turned back to finish her walk. They want to walk past Kelsey with an air of superiority. Kelsey goes on stage. So then. Past Kelsey with an air of superiority. On stage, but as she hits the end of the walkway, Guys, folks, directly. It's just supposed to be direct. Just fucking say it. Just fucking do it. It's just supposed to be direct. That's the whole point of this exercise, is exposition. That's why it's so brutal. Jessica's eyes were directly locked onto Kelsey as she passed into the back. Kelsey thought to herself, Jessica was just too stupid to understand what she had shown. She would watch this pig drown. And that kind of like shows like an extreme to like how their relationship is. And it's like what she thinks of this other woman. So fuck her. She's always trying to outdo me, stupid fucking bitch. Okay, so this is exactly where her shoe snaps. And she has the... Okay, so we have goal wanting to be first place, the pressure of performance, competition outperforming her. Get out! Lupkuk Po. Welcome to the stream, bro. How's it going? He turns on a dime in knee-high boots. Add acrobatics to the routine, show stability and balance. I'm joking? Of course you are. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I'm also joking. Are you a writer, good sir? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. You've just entered the Tard Zone. You are cool. Thank you, thank you. I fucking try. I try. Wait till you figure out this story. If you can tell me the twist on this story, and I'll give you a hint. So there's some point where there's like an inner dialogue. Chance to shine. I mean, it doesn't have much as the inner dialogue, but it does fill the slot of, like, she was thinking that she had to do something. And she knew what she was gonna do. This wasn't supposed to be here. That's for this? Okay, well what are you doing? We are writing a short story about a fashion show, but it has a twist. And this is the scene setup, and we're just going through and making sure, because we've just been offhanding it, that we were like filling all the gaps that we're supposed to for scene construction, even if in the most basic ways, and like changing this strut, not the stud. So for rich high society, something crazy. Being too direct cause compliments or complications. Yeah, so we kind of skipped and overdid something here. Better sabotage is dangerous. This is upper middle class. She does the acrobatics here. The first time she does a curtsy, second time she does acrobatics. So we've changed it, but it really doesn't matter. We've described the fine clothing. We need the staring too long and like nodding. But this was like, we changed this to like celebrities. Do you know Roblox game? Yeah, I know of it. And then the upper middle class. Interaction with the other model. Damaged heel on one shoe. Almost slips. Turns into an almost natural move. This is where she does... I don't know. I've never played it. Not really my style of game. I'm old school RuneScape. Or Monster Hunter. Other model walk past. Air superiority. Walkway. She feels her heel snap. So she walked onto the runway. Halfway down. She felt it. A give in the left heel. She started. So you know Spud Game. Nope. Don't know what Spud Game is. A give in her left heel. She started. Fall. Caught herself. Blew her arms out. Bending her body forwards. And spinning. Wheeling her arms through the air. And then righting herself and continuing to the end of the walkway. What's next? Feels her heel snap, her arms out, spun body length, catches herself and walks with a slight limp. This is where she's supposed to nod. She stands firm. Pressure, experience, and practice. Molding her into a magnificent molding her into a You cool. Congratulations, you leveled up! Level 1, Luca Poe. Hey, how's it going? Do you write? Are you a writer? Do you like writing? She stands firm, the pressure of experience and practice, molding her into a statue. And to look towards the main auditorium. By the way, this is shit. Like, this is absolute shit. I fucking hate this story. This is terrible. It's not doing anything that I want it to. This is the problem with structure. Like, I've gotten 2 sentences in that give me, please play Roblox. Sorry, I don't play Roblox, bro. The white pointed high heels felt like shackles on her, pressing into her, holding her stiff. Like, that's literally the only thing I have. Everything else is just like exposition. But then I have to remember, this is all about exposition, and this is why I'm bad. We have to figure out why I'm bad so I can get good. So we're just gonna keep going with it. Just keep fucking going with it. We're good. She began to look towards the men in the main auditorium. Tried to make eye contact, giving each a small nod to reassure that she saw them. Self-aware, too late. She wasted her time. How old are you? I'm 33. Self-aware, too late. She had wasted her time in the moment. But now, a swift return was upon her. Kelsey spun around. Okay, so this is limp as she tries not to press the heel of her shoe. Thought the sabotage of the model decided too risky. She hasn't walked back yet. Yes, I'm 33. She hasn't walked back yet. Stands firm, pressure of experience, molding her to a statue. She leaned towards the men in the main auditorium, tried to make contact, gave him a small nod. Kelsey spun around, trying to minimize her limp as she avoided the heel of her left shoe. Me 14? Nice. Cool, bro. You know what you should do? You should go on Twitch. Do you have Twitch, bro? Lukaku Poe, you got Twitch? You should go on Twitch. Kelsey spun around, trying to minimize her limp as she avoided the heel of her left shoe. Exaggerating a bobbing in her walk as she retreated to the backstage. You might actually want to leave. Oh well, it's not going to be very descriptive, but it is kind of a point. Warning: sexual content possibility ahead. Not going to describe anything. Nothing's really going to happen, but the character is technically naked. Cool hat. It's a Mr. Meeseeks hat from Rick and Morty. Okay, so slight limp as she tries not to press the heel of her shoe. Almost slips. Other girl proves she's decision. Kelsey looked towards Jessica. She walked out of change room. Do you like my name, Lukaku Poe? Yeah, sure, it's a cool name. Lukaku Poe? Is it supposed to be for something? Of something? Against something? With something? Is something? I don't know. My name's Intoxication, which is... My name is Scotty, which is It Talks, and all I do is talk, so It Talks. Makes sense. And intoxication is when I talk and the entire world disappears. And it's just me talking. So, change room. So, this was no accident. Outfit for the last strut. She decided against it for it was too risky. I like your content. Oh, well, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. I try to put on a show. This is like the biggest downer of the stream, though, is when I'm sitting here and writing, because well, one of the things I'm trying to do is making the writing process more fun and interactive to actually happen, but I am really struggling with this story. And I'm not implementing any of the things that I mean, there is kind of a shift in power, so you know what? Maybe I'm just being too critical of my... You know what? Maybe I'm just being too critical of myself. We're just gonna... It's a speed run. It's a 2 out of 10. It doesn't really matter. We're trying to see how well we can stick to this without adding all my bullshit into it. So she decides against it. Good day. It is a good day, but does that mean you're leaving? Good day. Bye. Have a good one. If you are leaving. If not, yeah. Go check out the YouTube. Join the Discord. We have a good time here. It's too risky. Upper middle, lower middle. Place nods. Maybe the idea of making a smallish mistake would actually win brownie points because no one is perfect. Oh, maybe I put the nodding in the wrong spot. Yeah, I did. Okay, so we'll just remove this. Do 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 do. There. Okay. Yeah, we fucked up. We were one scene. We jumped one scene ahead. She proves she's better. So then it's like dress suit with nice shoes, no heel. Oh man, I don't know about this. Look, I have it in my head, but once I structure it, I'm trying to follow the guidelines. It all falls apart. looking for group, or is that something else? Let's fucking go? I like let's fucking go. I will say I absolutely hate this story. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But that's why we need to learn exposition better. This is absolutely terrible. But we are sticking to the structure, so at least there's that. But there's a couple of things like the goals. We haven't really done, I think, enough inner dialogue to place it. So we might have to go back and reevaluate that as we're reading through it. But we're almost there. We're almost there. So yeah, just a moment. Now a swift return was upon her. A revelation towards the crowd had her in and up. Stakes. Stakes make you human. Feeling, or having others feel your humanity is a good way to manipulate them. Order was not above. A line held by the decent at all costs. Her drive would send her to the ends with such a calamity. Jessica would be disavowed. Tempt the men with power of flesh is to reap benefits of his labor, not to himself as she swing. Dust. Unnatural. Odd. Lukakpo, welcome back. How's it going? Good to have you back. Hey, my friend. What's up, bro? How's it going? Moving back towards the threshold of darkness. Not be lost on any. She would show a grand example of the ways to play such a game. She could not physically spit on Jessica. She would have others do it for her. She moved all herself to skating like one upon a cloud. None could outdo such a ploy. Turned to backstage. Sat down. Ignoring the world around her. She knew she had won. The door from the back opened. The guards entered. The full curtain was drawn. Bottles all hauled up for appraisal. Heavy irons. Class. Room quieted. A hush of rustling. As the wind prepared. Hark ye, see wishes, try such as to defy men. Let you now cast your vote for the purpose these will uphold. Shouted into closed chains of necks. First, the royalty. We take number 6. Kelsey's hard. Foot. It had been torn from her chest. Blood. Disappeared from her body. She felt numb. She had lost. Vagrant, what ye say your number be? Kelsey closed her eyes. She knew the answer be. We choose number 2. Kelsey fell to her knees. Silent. Had put her all into this prospect of a better life, but it grew from our status was far below. It should to seek higher than her worth. Now she was worth nothing. Oh. So yeah, the twist is that this is basically an auction for slaves. And they're trying to prove like what tier of society they best fit into. So it's like you got like the high society, like royals, you got like the celebrities, then you got like actual really rich people, and then you've got like the middle class, and then you got your servants, and then you got like the fucking vagrants. And she goes from being middle class because she thinks she can reach for higher to becoming a vagrant, essentially. Basically a sex slave. So she went from being a cleaning slave to being a sex slave because she could have been a, like, garden slave? I don't know. But yeah, I don't like the story. Like, not the premise of the story, but the actual written story. So I think AI would do a better job of writing this story. So I'd like to see the comparison between this and just a flat AI render of this. But without the twist at the end. Speed run. Whoops. The stage. Okay, we're gonna have a toke, and then we're gonna read this, and then we're gonna do the AI one. We're gonna read that, and then we're gonna play some Monster Hunter, boys. But yeah, I'm like, exposition wise, like this is a good example of probably what not to do, and this is an example of why we need to learn more about exposition and like following the guidelines. And like I said, this is the most in-depth guideline for a short story that I've ever done, where I wanted to follow this like sentence by sentence through the structure, and I just don't like the result, which means probably that the outline is bad in and of itself. But there are things that I just didn't express within the character itself that like set this, like it's supposed to be an emotional battle. Like there's supposed to be a lot more inner thought and not just the rivalry between Jessica and Kelsey. It's supposed to be her own thing. But I just did not portray that at all in the story. And that's just how it goes sometimes. It's a fucking lost in translation. The curtain drew up. At first, it was like a cold autumn sun bearing down upon Kelsey. The lights flashing, sending black circles spiraling across her vision. She knew her steps. This would not be a deterrent, only the proof she needed to push herself. One foot in front of the other, she thought to herself, feeling for the pressure against her feet. The stage loomed before her, a black tapestry of dazzling lights in motion. The unkempt, unwashed masses of men pressing against each other, trying to get close to the stage, as close to the stage as possible. A single grasp or reach, and they may touch the forbidden before the end. She walked with purpose, the tight, fine, woven purple and red velvet of her skirt limiting the length of her stride. She looked past the masses to the aisles where stood men in torn clothes, shirts, and ragged pants with nay upon their feet. Sitting in the main auditorium, the men sat slumped with their heads resting on their arms and a yawn almost upon their lips. Is there meant to be a semi-erotic edge to this? Yes, but in like a really dark way. She looks past the masses to the aisles where stood men in torn shirts and ragged pants. Sitting in the main auditorium, the men sat slumped. Okay, where are we? On their arms, a yawn almost upon their lips. Behind them, in the back of the room, sitting tall with their backs pressed against the seats, their faces cold and unreadable. And finally, the high balcony, the ones Kelsey would be seeking for this path. She reached the end of the stage and looked up the balcony, avoiding eye contact, but being as close as she dared, and curtsied. She then turned around as elegantly as she could, Kelsey's heart pounding in her chest as she took the steady steps she knew so well. Her mind raced with the possibilities, and she began... Wait, possibilities. Had she been... I'm a fucking idiot. Her mind raced with the possibilities. Had she been too close, too far? Was it the right person she was gazing towards? The thought filled her with an uneasy feeling as she crossed the threshold of the curtain. The servants aided Kelsey in removing her royal garb and affixing her person with the designated high society fashion sense she had come to know so well. The black and red striped leather boots that ran up to her thighs, the mismatched bright yellow sundress adorned with flowers of all colors, flowing gently around her, contrasting her lower half. She peered out at the curtain to see Jessica performing the most unkempt of reprisals to the audience. She kissed her fingers and outstretched her hands while kissing the other hand and fingers and repeated it, looking across the top of the balcony. Kelsey swore to herself. Why didn't she think of something so simple yet so elegant to get their attention? She needed to step up her game, to impress the celebrities. This was her chance to shine. She stepped onto the stage with not a smile, but a plain face. She took several steps and then raised her hands above her head, put a spring in her next steps, and performed a cartwheel, into a back handspring, into a backflip. With her back to the celebrities, she looked down and scoffed loudly at the riffraff around the stage. She walked to the edge with a heavy boot. She swung her foot towards the crowd. The men, shocked and disoriented, pulled back from her strike. She wailed a laugh and continued the rest of the walk with a sly smirk. Jessica's eyes were directly locked on Kelsey as she passed into the back. Kelsey thought to herself that Jessica was just too stupid to understand what she had shown. She would watch this pig drown. Kelsey donned her new outfit, a simple tight red cloth dress that went to just above her knees. The white pointed high heels felt like shackles on her, pressing into her and holding her stiff. She walked onto the runway, halfway down she felt it, a give in her left heel. She started to fall but caught herself and threw out her arms, bending her body forwards and spinning, wheeling her arms through the air and then righting herself and continuing to the end of the walkway. She stood firm. The pressure of experience and practice molding her into a statue. Kelsey spun around, trying to minimize her limp as she avoided the heel of her left shoe, exaggerating a bobbing in her walk as she retreated to the backstage. Kelsey looked towards Jessica as she walked out of the change room and thought to herself this was no accident. Maybe she would ruin Jessica's outfit for the last strut. She decided against it, for it was too risky. She donned the simple white dress suit with flat bottoms and a flare on her dress pants. She walked out onto the stage. Confidence and purpose drove her to the edge. She began to look towards the men in the main auditorium and tried to make eye contact, giving each a small nod to reassure that she saw them. She became self-aware too late. She had wasted her time in the moment, but now a swift return was... Jesus. She became self-aware too late. She had wasted her time in the moment, but now a swift return was upon her. A revelation towards the crowd had her in an uppity. Mistakes make you human. Having others feel your humanity is a good way to manipulate them. Her order was not above the line held by the decent. At all costs, her drive would send her to the ends. With such a calamity, Jessica would be disavowed. To tempt the men with the power of flesh is to reap the benefits of his labor, she thought to herself as she swayed her hips and bounced in her step, causing her bust to unnaturally bob. She licked her lips as she swayed, her head turning her body and placing her left foot upward, stretching down and running her hands across her smooth skin. She righted herself, and with a slight twist, she was moving back towards the threshold of darkness. The tie on her soul had yet to be lifted. The weight of her decision would not be lost on any. She would show a grand example of the ways to play such a game. If she could not physically spit on Jessica, she would have others do it for her. She removed all her clothing, exposing herself to the room. She held her head high as she licked her fingers and raised her foot above her head. She wetted the tips of her toes and her fingers and slowly brought her foot back down. She slid her toes across the stage elegantly and gracefully, skating like one upon a cloud. She thought to herself that none could outdo such a ploy. She returned to the backstage and sat down, ignoring the world around her. She knew she had won. The door from the back opened and the guards entered. The full curtain was drawn and the models all lined up for appraisal. The heavy irons of the clasp rung against her skin as the number was drawn across her stomach. The room was quieted, a hush of rustling as the men prepared. "Hark ye, see these wenches try such as to defy men. Let you now cast your vote for the purpose these will uphold." The guards shouted into the room as he closed the chains around their necks. The first was the royalty. "We take number 6. Kelsey's heart felt like it had been torn from her chest. The blood felt like it was disappearing from her body. She felt numb. She had lost. "Vagrants, what ye say your number be?" Kelsey closed her eyes as she knew what the answer would be. "We choose number 2. Kelsey fell to her knees. She cried a silent mourn, for she had put her all into this prospect of a better life, but it had been for naught. Now her status was far below what it should. Her greed had driven her to seek higher, to seek higher than her worth. Now she was worth nothing. Jesus, that was terrible. She cried a silent mourn, for she had put her all into this prospect of a better life. What it had been for naught. Now her status was far below what it should. Her greed had driven her to seek higher. Okay, this whole thing is fucked. Why is there's no periods here? I just lazily fucked the entire last bit of this. Driven her to seek far below what it should. She cried a silent mourn, for she had put all into this prospect of a better life. Jesus, how high am I? I'm pretty fucking baked, am I not? It had been for naught. Now her status was far below what it should. Her greed had driven her to seek higher than her worth. Now she was worth nothing. Okay, that's how it's supposed to, like, sound when it ends. Jesus, I'm terrible. Okay, so I like the beginning, I like the end, I don't like the middle. It feels way too forced. But that's why we're learning exposition. So now we're just going to take this, go like this, go here, go here, write a 15, let's just say 1,000 to 2,000 word story about, we're not going to put it in any specific way, use the no, you know what? I'm not even gonna give it anything. I'm just gonna let it do its thing, and we're gonna see what we get out of it. Hopefully this doesn't get too loud. Okay. Let's see what AI does with this story. The dark runway. The stage was a shadowed abyss, a dreary cavern lit only by the harsh, intermittent flash of spotlights slicing through the gloom. It was October 2014 in the underground club, an old warehouse turned avant-garde fashion den, thrummed with the low pulse of electronic beats and the murmur of the eclectic crowd. The air smelled of cigarette smoke, expansive cologne, and the faint tang of spilled gin. Kelsey stood backstage, her heart pounding against the corset of her first outfit. A structured gown of midnight velvet and gold embroidery fit for royalty. Tonight was her night. She was the main event, the star of this bizarre fashion odyssey that would descend through the strata of society, from regal elegance to raw desperation. Her goal was simple: win first place, and nothing less would do. As the announcer's voice boomed through the speakers, Kelsey stepped onto the runway, the lights blinding her at first, a searing white that made her squint, but her structured steps carried her forward with practiced grace. She peered into the crowd, taking stock of the segregated audience, royalty in their velvet-lined box seats, high society sipping champagne in the front rows, the upper middle class in neat rows behind them, the lower class spilling into the back, chaotic a mix of curiosity and disdain. She reached the end of the runway, dipped into a deep curtsy for the royalty, and turned back, her gown rustling like whispers in the dark. Kelsey wanted that first place crown, the recognition that she was the best. The pressure of a perfect performance weighed on her like the heavy fabric of her gown, every step a calculated move in the game of precision. But as she retreated backstage, her rival, a sharp-featured brunette named Margaret smirked at her and took the stage. Margaret's performance was flawless, a kissing hand display to the royalty that drew gasps and approving nods. The smirk Margaret shot Kelsey as she returned said it all. It's over. I've won. See, this is way more direct. This is why I like AI, because like I'm not good at just being straight up direct. This is how you just be straight up fucking direct. Just say what needs to be said. The disaster stung. Margaret was outperforming her, and the crowd's energy shifted in her favor. Kelsey's reaction was immediate. She had to step up her game. Backstage, she adjusted her knee-high boots, the stiff leather creaking as she flexed her calves. The dilemma was real. Making sharp turns in these boots was a gamble, risking a stumble that could ruin her. But she made her decision. She'd add acrobatics to her next routine, proving her stability and balance in a way Margaret couldn't touch. The next stage was high society fashion, a wild departure from the structured royalty look. Kelsey's outfit was a riot of crimson silk and black lace, something ostentatious and unhinged, designed to impress the men in fine clothing lounging in the front rows. Her goal was clear: turn heads, make them want her. But the conflict simmered beneath her confidence. Being too direct could backfire, alienating the subtle sophistication of this crowd. She launched into her walk, her strut bold and commanding. Then disaster struck. She stared too long at one man, a silver-haired gent with a tailored suit, and his wife's glare burned hotter than the spotlights. The crowd tittered, and Kelsey's cheeks flushed. Her reaction was swift, focus on the strut, not the stud. She pushed forward, hips swaying, eyes lifting to the stands in the back. The dilemma gnawed at her. Who in this sea of faces should she impress? This decision crystallized. People in the back, the ones watching from the shadows, the ones who talk about her long after the night ended. She finished with a flourish, cartwheel into a backflip, striking her left boot heel into the stage. A riffraff scattered. She looked down on them, then up to the stands with a wink before sauntering off. The upper middle class segment demanded dignity, sturdy, professional, purposeful. Kelsey wore a sleek navy dress and high heels, the epitome of polished ambition. Her goal was to embody that quiet strength. But conflict arose as she shared the stage with Margaret again. Their interaction was tense, a silent battle of poise and presence, then disaster. Halfway down the runway, Kelsey's heel snapped, a sharp crack that echoed in the hushed club. She nearly slipped, her breath catching, but instinct took over. She turned the stumble into an almost natural move, bending low, arms outstretched, spinning like a blade through the air. The crowd gasped, then applauded as she caught herself and walked back, a slight limp betraying her effort to avoid the broken heel. Backstage, the dilemma hit hard. Sabotage Margaret's next walk, or prove she was better. Sabotage was tempting. Spill a drink, loosen a seam, but too dangerous. She decided to outshine her instead, relying on skill, not spite. For the lower middle class, Kelsey donned the tailored dress suit of a flat dress shoes, a look that screamed belonging. Her goal was to connect, to make the audience feel she was one of them. The conflict was timing. How long to linger, nodding to the crowd, without losing momentum? She misjudged it, her nods too frequent, too rushed, and by the end, she'd lost slight composure, her rhythm off. Her reaction was a spiral, disappointment in herself for not being perfect, and then a flicker of realization. Maybe a small mistake would win her points. No one was flawless, and that humanness might resonate. The dilemma loomed. Play it slutty or sublime? She chose slutty, leaning into a bolder, less restrained energy. She walked out again, hips rolling, a playful smirk on her lips, owning the imperfection. The final stage was servant class, and Kelsey's outfit was pure provocation. Short shorts with a tube top, stark contrast to the elegance of before. Her goal was to entice, to wield sexuality like a weapon. But the conflict was internal. Her self-image balked at this role. This caricature of desire. As she strutted, the disaster hit. She realized she had no choice. This was the show, the script, and she was trapped in it. Her reaction was to go all in. No half measures. She'd own it. The dilemma was technical. how to perform a trick without revealing its secrets. She decided on a small dance routine for the second round, a move that would dazzle without giving away the mechanics. She took the stage again, the lights harsh against her bare skin, and let loose. The climax came during the upper middle class walk when Margaret passed her backstage with an air of superiority that made Kelsey's blood boil. She hit the runway, determined to reclaim her night, but the snapped heel threw her off. Her recovery, spinning, bouncing, limping back, became the talk of the night, a moment of raw grit that eclipsed Margaret's polish. In the falling action, Kelsey considered sabotage but dismissed it. Instead, she poured herself into the lower middle class and servant walks, engaging the audience too long in one, rushing the next, then strutting her sexuality with abandon. The final walk was her redemption. She licked her fingers, raised one leg high, foot over her head, wetting her toes with a theatrical flourish. She set it down, repeated with the other, then spun, knee in, faster, faster, before stomping her foot and shaking everything she had. She skipped down the runway, giggling, spinning every few steps, a wild, untamed force. The crowd roared as she disappeared backstage. Margaret's smirk was gone, replaced by a tight-lipped frown. Kelsey didn't need to hear the judge's verdict to know she'd won. Not just the crowd, but the night itself. In that dark, dreary club, under the flashing lights, she turned every disaster into triumph, every doubt into defiance. And as the music faded, she stood taller than any royalty, a queen of her own making. Yeah, not bad at all. Get rid of all the ones that just blatantly state what it is, and yeah. And you can see like the clear contrast of like me trying to avoid specifically telling and just trying to show but not being very good at showing, whereas this just like, I don't know. But either way, that's why we do this. So we can learn, so we can get better. And as for now, we shall be the Monster Hunter. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my fucking god. I don't know why the fuck Wilds is on my other monitor. Okay. Cool story, game. Why is it lagging? Guess we just need to warm up. Let's go, boys. We in it now. Ooh, traps. Okay. That's bullshit. We're re-rolling. We literally just did heavy bowgun. Damn it. Dual blades. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Did I not make a build for them? These are pretty weak. Maybe we need some new dual blades. Let's go see if we can get some new dual blades. We need to find Isai. What's the one that we have? This one. So we technically do have the best one? 280, need colossal bone. Yeah, so we do have a really good... Critical eye... Fire attack? I mean, I might as well, right? Oh, I have 2 protections? Shit, that's OP. Alright, let's do it. Where is Isai? Yeah, I'm pretty quick at killing monsters.
僕らはまだモンスターのことも知り始めたばかりでわからないことだらけです。これからもいろいろ教えてください。例えばその狩猟せずに済む方法なんかも。
今回のように危険が迫っている場合はやむを得ないが、理想はモンスターとの共生だろう。そのためにも違和感があればすぐ知らせてほしい。早い段階なら違う方法も取れるかもしれない。
わかりました。すぐ報告しますね。本当にありがとうございます。ああ、そうだ。これささやかですが今回のお礼です。よければ受け取ってください。
What did we get? What did he give us? The fuck is that? Hunter rank 30! Alright, investigate and raise your rank. Let's go. Tempered Rathian. What else is out there? With like a guaranteed gem? I'm going with that Tempered Rathian. Fuck yeah. Oops. Eat some food, get our items back. Where are my traps? Why does this not have traps on it? Okay, that's much better. There we go. And we've eaten, so we're good. Now it's just about entering. There he is. Oh baby, yes please. Let's go. Take me to the one you call tempered. Fuck, couldn't get out of the way of that fast enough. Happy just saved my fucking life. Holy shit. Ooh, walked right into that one. Fuck. Shit. He's angry. Whoa, it feels so good. Oh, running away already, jeez. Oh, I thought I jumped right into that. Ooh, I did jump right into that. I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die because of that roar. I literally died to the roar. That sucks. Try again. TJRIS, welcome. What's up? We are playing Monster Hunter. We were just writing, and this is the first hunt. Today was a long day of... Oh my god, I keep forgetting he does the double swipe. Yeah, we're fighting a tempered Rathian. It's going okay. We just got killed though, unfortunately. He poisoned us and then roared, so we couldn't get the antidote off before we died. But I'm slowly learning dual blades. This is the third time we've used them. Oh, he's running away again. We gotta be doing some pretty good damage if he's running away. Nice, Happy. Good shot. Okay, you can go for the double swipe. Nope. No! I walked right into that. Fuck. Only one more. That's not good. You need to be more careful. You're being fucking dumb. This guy hits like a fucking truck. We can probably upgrade our armor though. We haven't done that yet. So that's probably why we're getting shit owned. He's gotta be close. Oh my god. Tip of the dick. Man. Not giving me any opening. Running away again? Okay, we're pretty close. We just did not die. And we should be fine. Yes, we got them out! Shit. It's almost lights out. Thanks, Happy. You're a lifesaver. Look, is he running away? Oh, he's eating something. Man, I always forget about sneak attacks. And it's like too late by the time I see it. Yes! He's limping! Alright, we win. We win, boys. GG. Alright, and with that, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, let's see who we gonna raid, boys. Who we raiding today? Who is on? It is super fucking late. Who is on raid? Wait. The quest didn't end? Wait, I'm confused. Yeah, it did. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Well, we're going in here. Mino77, welcome, welcome. We are ending the stream right now, unfortunately. You caught us at the very, very end. But we'll be on tomorrow at the same time.